is a presentation of the iRacing Esports Network.
Since March, 60 teams have been making the trek to the Reinhardt Palatine to battle on one of the biggest tracks in the world, the Nürburgring. 15.18 miles is this circuit, driving through the vicious trees, hills, and more. But today, for the Raceunion vVLN, today is the season finale as multiple teams try and battle for the points championships, whether it's for the overall team championships or to be the best in your class. The question is, who's going to make it through the next 4 hours across this vicious racetrack to go to victory lane, and who will finish in the garage area? We're about to find out on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network, live from the Nürburgring in beautiful virtual Germany. You're looking live at the Mercedes Arena for beautiful Nürburgring circuit, as tonight, the Raceunion vVLN gets all set to go for its season finale for the 9th race of the season here on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network. For the next 4 hours, we'll be racing into the night tonight. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me for tonight is Tobias Brockman. Higor Wee will be doing the production tonight from the production truck. And a beautiful race here tonight as we get all set to go for today's race. Once again, 15 plus miles, 24.15 kilometers on this circuit for the next 4 hours, 165 total turns with 19 degrees Celsius the temperature, just 67 degrees air temp. For these teams, they enter very tight into the point standings, whether it's for the GT championship standings or it's for the overall classes. Sorg Esports Blue holding on by just 6 points over Epic Sim Racing Red, with teams like Team Slow looking to hope for a little bit of luck to close up the gap. But the pressure is on for classes such as the GT3 class heading into this weekend's action, as a lot of drivers continue to try and fight for that championship. It just 4 points separate Team Points Development number 1 and Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow in the standings. For the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, it's the same situation, with HK Racing Team and Alpine Eagle Racing both entering the day just under a tenth of a point apart in the standings, and multiple drivers looking to close up the gap even more so, including Team Pointcheveld's number 301 entry. But with that today, it's time to bring in Tobias here for today's action. As mentioned, we'll be driving into the night today. Currently, track temp is at 71 degrees Fahrenheit. That is approximately around 20 degrees Celsius. But, as mentioned, we'll be racing into the night tonight until about 10 p.m. local time.
Yes, that is definitely true. So they're currently exactly 22 degrees track temp. They will go down definitely as the sun sets here at the beautiful Nordschleife. Just look at these beautiful turns. The race will start with 3 different packs starting around. So we have 2 minutes of difference between the GTE cars, 2 minutes then from the GT3 to the Cup cars. So they will grid starting at the Döttinger Höhe, and then the race will start for all of them.
Yes, right now you're looking at some of the cars currently working their way around for the formation lap, as currently the GTE class is currently working its way towards Hohenacht as well. Currently around Bergwerk right now is the GT3 class, currently working its way through the first portion of the racetrack towards Metzitzfeld. Right now is the Porsche 911 Cup cars, as you can see on your screen right now. A huge track with a lot of possibilities to happen all across the course here today. Anything can happen, and the nerves are on, not just in those class championships, but as well the overall team standings. Just 0.69 points separate Sorg, Rennsport, Esports Blue, and Team Pointcheveld number 1's entries here today.
Yeah, there's a great possibility even up to P6 to get the overall lead this time around, depending on what happens to the other teams. And I think even HK Racing Team, Alpine Eagle 3 and 4, they just separate by 3.9, 3.99. So not only the win is on stakes here, but also the last place on the podium.
Now the point system, if for those wondering about the decimals, points inside the points, follows the same system as the real-life VLN, in which it factors in part drivers in the amount of drivers in the field. Today, a grand total of 47 drivers are entered into today's race. Also got to remember today's incident limit. Currently no limit in fact set up for today's race overall, but you do get deducted some little points here and there if you go into, say, the grass. So that is to be in a bit of a factor for the championship as well, potentially. But for today, why don't we look real quickly at your starting grid as they work their way towards the final third of the racetrack here, starting with your GTE starting grid now on your screen here. Pure Racing Team currently is up at the front for today's race with a 7.29.784 today. Just 2/10 apart was VRS Koana Subsim Team 108, with Sorg, Rennsport, Esports Blue in the top 3, followed by Phoenix Racing Esport Orange. Rounding out the top 5, Epic Sim Racing Red, with Muka and Motorsport Sim Racing, with them having a 6 through 8 position spot, which sharing the same sponsorship. In fact, as Force India, we'll get to that during the broadcast. Phoenix Racing Esport Green follows them on the grid in 9th, followed by the 10th spot of more Muka Motorsport Sim Racing entries. They're green and yellow entries, while Moda Sim Racing follows them in 12th and 13th spots. German Sim Racing alongside with Altal Motorsport Sim Racing rounds out the top 15, with Supersonic Falcon and S-Drive Motorsport rounding out the class spots with the 18 drivers registered for there. Also, you can see now the rest of your grid starting to go with the GT3s. Team Pointcheveld trying to work their way through at the start with German Sim Racing Purple in the 2nd spot. Very close in qualifying time, just above 1,000th of a second, with Sorg, Rennsport, Esports Yellow, and German Sim Racing White rounding out the top 4. 3 Force Racing, Michael Who's V Motorsports, along with Atoll Sim Racing inside the top 8 as well for the class, along with Racing Center 5 Sports Red. And looking through the rest of this grid here, you can tell that a lot of competitors trying to continue to have some try and get some extra points they can get, especially for the drivers in the top 5. Milka Motorsport Sim Racing with an additional entry here in this race, as well as those are the 15 drivers there on your screen. Rounding out this, here is your Cup starting grid today. HK Racing Team on the pole for the class by 0.4 of a second over Team Poinchevel. Alpine Eagle Racing and Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports is in the top 4. As the rest of the grid plays out on the rest of your screen, drivers are slowly approaching the start of the grid now for the GTE class, where they will start the second they pass the final chicane, I believe it is, and pardon me, for today's race. Then they're allowed to accelerate the second they get to the Grand Prix part of the circuit for the respective classes.
Yes, this is absolutely true, and I can already feel the tension that this field brings in. Properly gridded up here, so this is something you'll love to see. The rules are pretty clear. You can't speed more than about 100 to 110 kph. Afterwards you get penalties. And we also have one fast repair for each team, but the moment you use it, you have to come around again and have a 5-minute stop and hold penalty for that.
And that could be a huge amount of time lost that will take, with just 4 hours in the race today, could be an eternity. Currently leading the group right now for Pure Racing Team is Jonas Wallmeyer. He's in the blue car that's going to be on the right side for the start of the race, while Mitchell de Jong will start on the left side in the purple car. They're off and away. We're underway for the final race of the virtual vVLN season. And a great start of the race for the top 4 already. 3 wide heading to the first corner. Already backing in quickly. Phoenix Racing Esport Orange trying to take it to the high side, while Wallmeyer goes for the defensive line, trying to block de Jong as they work their way to the first couple corners.
Yeah, look pretty safe here. They wanted to play safe. They have 4 hours of racing, so we won't see something same that we did at the NES just a few weeks ago. So, like, no incidents yet. There was a Sorg Esports Blue that were taking it a little bit easy on the first turn, and even now on the infield of the GP course.
Yes, indeed. Right now, already slowly but surely getting ready. GT3s are currently still about a minute away until they reach their restart zone. Their start of the race, rather, for today's action, as the top 2 have already pulled on away, but everyone's starting to group each other together here a little bit. Some of the Milka Motorsport Sim Sport Racing team members already going up and down the grid. You can continue to see them, everyone just lining up into a train, and maybe a little bit of a fuel strategy you got to think, because you got to make it for at least an hour full fuel run, give or take, for each class today.
Yes, and that's a key factor. You can shift your pit window a little bit around so your stints will not match the others, and you have a little bit more of a free roam here on the track as they approach Hatzenbach for the first time in race speed.
Meanwhile, those GT3s are just a couple moments away from reaching the start of the race. So let's look at that start for today. As you can see them starting to work their way towards the end of their formation lap, about to enter the Grand Prix section of the racetrack. Currently lead them on the left side of the racetrack. That's Patrick Paris for German Sim Racing, while Mike Nurburg for Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow leads them on the right side. You're following along right now from row number 2, pardon me, row number 3, in fact. That is German Sim Racing White's Sergio Medina. That's following along from the inside of the second row. We're off and away as the right side of the grid doesn't get a good launch. Michael Schuletter was the one, in fact, leaning that towards that way and checked up the entire right side of the line as they head into turn number 1 once again.
And again, they try to go 3 wide. Looks pretty clear from here. There are some tries to get to the inside. That is better at this moment. It's Instant Racing, the 24-hour circuit version where you just shortcut through there. So they take the whole Mercedes arena, and it looks, again, nice and neat as before. And I see the car from Artal Motorsport Sim Racing 250, so the car number 250 with Fabio Besuch at the wheel. They're already in the pits.
And that's interesting now at this point. Very early, of course, to go in. So issues going on for that team, unfortunately. You see them right now. Fabio Bashush was the one, I believe, driving that car there, as now you can continue to see them prepare to move towards the Nordschleife part of the circuit. Still, everyone single file after the quick start of the race. Patrick Paris leads them now into that section. Michael Schuletter still holding on to second. Mike Nurberg in the top three with Sergio Medina and Yannick Danish rounding out the top five for the GT3 class. As they now work their way into the Nordschleife, while the Porsche Cup cars get all set to go for their start of the race, as you can see.
Yes, and they are gridding up as well. Oh, someone switched the sides. That can happen sometimes since it's done manually. So we have a lot of nice teams. We have René Kirchhoff, who recently switched from ACR Sax Speed to the HK Racing team. That's actually the name HK Racing. It comes from the names of the drivers, because Kirchhoff is one of them and Manuel Halfart is the other one. So H for Halfart and K for Kirchhoff.
And that's really good to know for sure in terms of the naming and that, in terms of the backdrop with a lot of these teams. A lot of them also have a lot of real-world connections. Teams like Team Hoycheveld, who's going to lead them down towards the start of those race, as René Kirchhoff with a big-time jump on the right side, off and away. They go out of the acceleration zone and into turn number one. The left side, Leonard Hardenberg tries to hold on to the set line with Eric Hoffner having to deal with the driver diving in three wide as there's contact. That is Alec Dutman, who is spun across the field, and now he spins an air car across the track. It's a massive pile-up to start the race for the Porsche 911 Cup cars.
Oh, and the Schubert Motorsport car just about managed to get around it, and I think I saw as well a GTE car in the pits. That was a Porsche, so not so fortunate for them what's happening in the GTE. Yeah, but the GT Cup cars, they're driving more aggressively. You don't have all the downforce that you get with the GT3 or GTE cars, but you still get a lot of speed. Let's look at it again.
Yep, looking at the replay from Justin Clausen. And at that point, yeah, that is very rough there, Tobias.
That was a very hard break there von Klaassen, so he just got around, and I think he even stopped on the racetrack. If you look closely, he just managed to stop behind the car when the other one was spun around. Barely made it.
Yeah, and you do have a fast repair available to you, but you have to serve a 5-minute penalty basically and provide proof that you used the fast repair. Some of those teams might have to do so already on the first lap of the race of a 4-hour event. You're looking now at the GTE class has had some shuffling as that has gone on. A couple teams have already fallen off the back end, but for teams like Muka Motorsport Sim Racing, they're all working together in a line trying to keep up with the drivers already pulling away. The top 5, in fact, have pulled off and away already from these two orange cars rather.
Yeah, talking about Muka Motorsport, they have two main sponsors. Once here you see them KFZ Tyler 24, which gives them their distinctive white-orange design. I'm not sure if they're racing the other design here, but they have BWT as a main sponsor. That's exactly the same one as the Force India Formula 1 team, so prepare to see some pink cars around here.
Yeah, I believe there is some of those pink cars that we're seeing during practice at the very least. In fact, I believe, in fact, they are using those for the GT3 class today. Maximilian Baumgarten right now is one of those drivers, if we can go towards him in the 28th spot overall on the racetrack in the 224. As you see him sponsored by BWT, sharing sponsorship with Force India, very similar to the same livery as the Force India machines from Formula 1. He's currently 11th in the class for his team right now in the first, for his, right now the only class driver rather, in the GT3 class. But still, at this point, we got a lot to discuss, of course, with today. Already, the GT3s are getting ready to complete the first lap already on the racetrack. Just about, give or take, 7.5 minutes per lap, with already the top 3 just pulling off and away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it looks like they got a lot of pace when we see them crossing the line here. So actually, there is a 3-second gap already between, I think, was it that team? Yeah, between 4 and 3, as I can see correctly. So Pure Racing actually doing a very good job right now to keep Coanda with Mitchell de Jong behind them.
Yeah, and this gets a bit to where of course, there is still a ways to go, of course. Just one lap technically into the race overall, where you got to think, when is the smartest time to make a pass here? You don't want to just make a pass and just try and go flat out. You got to make sure you're in your pit window too. And you also have to make sure the tires last, especially with the unknown variables in the couple cases with the new day-to-night cycle.
Some of the teams might double stint the tires even when it's go to night and they have less temperature, a little bit more grip maybe, depending on how much pressure they put in there. So you might even see triple stinting tires, like only one tire change at all.
That's actually a good point. I'm glad you brought that up in terms of that, to make sure that that's something that's seen in a lot of different races in these in these road course races. Yeah, looking back at the GT3s right now, this is currently the battle for second. Team Hointjebel #1 and Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow currently in second and third, trying to track down German Sim Racing. As you can see right now, Schuletter trying to pull away a little bit right now on this portion of the racetrack, but has a bit of the draft from behind. Then you have the Porsches with their cup cars, where HK Racing and Williams Esports are just dicing it up right now, near bumper to bumper, as you're seeing on board of Williams Esports.
But Lauren Heirisch, he is a very good driver. We've seen him racing at the Expo for the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, and he's driving now again one of the GT500 drivers. René Kirchhoff back then and Nasir Saxpeed now in their own team, doing a great job of defending a high-class driver here.
Yeah, and it's very difficult, this track overall. There's not a lot of places at times to pass in some of these sections here, where you can't just force it into any hole and say, okay, I got the spot. That will end up causing trouble. For you as a driver, where do you like to time up your kind of passes in these kind of tight quarters like this, where Williams Esports is just looking to find any place, the proper place rather, to make the pass?
There's some spots there, I mean, especially if they do mistakes, you just try to pinch it in. But normally on that stage of the track where they are right now, Lauren Heirisch and René Kirchhoff, they just try to wait to stay behind till the Döttinger Höhe effectively.
Good idea there, and hold on! He sends it in. Heinrich goes sideways, and he'll lose a couple spots, so... What was that point you were just saying there again, Tobias?
Yeah, he should have waited for the Döttinger Höhe. I mean, he saw the gap and he went for it. That's what a race driver do. But there was just not enough space, and with these high curbs, you just lose the car.
And here's the race spot replay here as you're looking on board. And you said it there. He's seen the opening. He went for it, got the run, but not the smartest move, I don't think.
Yeah, I think he just slammed the brakes a little bit scared because the other car was closing in, and then the rear just went around.
Yep, it looks like that case there. And now you got Kirchhoff, who's on his own up for a little bit, but now he has Hardenberg that's providing some pressure now. It's starting to close on in within 0.4 of a second, just like that. As Hardenberg is sliding around, he's going to lose a couple tenths just like that.
I think you actually, it's a way of commentator's curse what we're doing right now. Looking at the distance between those two, it might be pretty close, thinking about the draft around the Döttinger Höhe, which is about 3 kilometers long of a straight.
And with this kind of a straightaway, how big is the draft if you're close enough when it comes to these certain classes like this to try and get a spot? Look at this example, in fact, with Heinrich, as he's just going to launch his way around by Hafner to try and move back to third, in fact.
It looks a little bit as he tried to bump draft even then. The front wasn't that damaged before when we've seen the maneuver over at the Brünnchen. So, well done overtake. He used all the draft he had, and then you have a little bit of space for the Hohenheim chicane.
Yeah, now looking back at the GTEs, a lot of action around the racetrack. Everyone's separated in different sections. And as you can see, the top three still pulled on away. We talked about before they were away by about 3 seconds the last time at the start and finish line. But at this point, they have grown the gap to 4.2 seconds to all the way back to fourth. Looking on board of Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue, more than 220 kilometers an hour in fifth gear, up the hills, up the left and rights right now, all staying in a train, and everyone just staying calm and patient here with some of the top drivers in all of iRacing.
Yeah, driving behind someone isn't that easy on the Nordschleife, since you've got so many blind corners around here that you just have to feel before they're happening. And especially, most of them have dedicated sim rigs right now, so no more wheels to the desk here for these pro drivers from Sorg, and especially from those P1 and P2.
Yeah, now you continue to see them work around still at least about 45 minutes minimum until the pit window even becomes a factor for these drivers as they continue to try and set the opening pace so far, make no mistakes. As now we have one of the drivers out of the garage area that had troubles in Artal Motorsports Sim Racing. He is last in the GTE class. That could become potential traffic in some cases later on. But with the action right now, you can... When it comes to a lot of these drivers, where do you feel someone like a Philip Sudbeck has his best strengths in with tracks like this, you think?
I'm not exactly sure. I try to imagine, but I can't say actually.
Yeah. Okay, apologies for asking that.
No worries.
But of course, you can tell that there's the different strengths between Wallmeyer, De Jong, and Sudbeck, where they're starting to just pull away from each other, especially right now. Wallmeyers, they work the way down that long straightaway with just De Jong just trying to hope he can get into the back draft. In fact, Sudbeck is getting into the draft of De Jong right now and trying to close up a bit more of the gap.
That might actually work. We still have a little bit to go. We're now passing the parking of the Touristenfahrt, and that might be a very close one, so I think he just stays behind.
I think it looks like it's going to be the case. Not enough space here, I don't think, to make the pass as they go back up and down towards the quick left, the quick right, the sweeping left and right, and now into the tight braking zone. You can see Wallmeyer close, getting a bit closed on from behind, pressurized by De Jong, but not having any pressure quite yet in terms of a pass quite yet on the racetrack. Meanwhile, issues going on with the 124 and 125, pardon me, 125 and 133. That is the Muka Motorsports Sim Racing machines that are currently battling fiercely for their class. As hold on, change for the battle for the lead right now. You can see De Jong trying to dive his way towards the left side, trying to get by Pure Racing Team. Couldn't make the pass work.
Yeah, went a little bit too far there to do it, so Jonas Wallmeyer, he just saved that first spot for the moment. It's still the 133 and the 125 are still fighting for the literally track spots and lives on here. We had a change before. The 125 took Patrick Chilkowski just before the start-finish straight, and now it's the other way around again.
Yeah, and how often, how common is it for in this series to trade positions like that with so many different teams and so much competition here? As you see there, the driver up in front, of course, smoking the tires.
I mean, smoking the tires is a good point. You need to keep them as long as you possibly can. So locking up is not an actual option that you can do here. And it's just amazing how they keep up here, and as well, especially thinking about it, this track is going dark soon. We have the sunset at around, I think, 20 to 21, 27 around in sim time. It's now 18:57, so that might happen soon, and we have the last 45 minutes black. And as well, the traffic that might come up pretty soon. So when you have these GT3 Cup cars, for example, fighting, then the GTE car comes up back, and that's fighting as well. It's going to be an interesting situation.
It'll definitely be interesting. Some of the drivers that took the quick repairs from some of the incidents early on in the race are coming out of the pits now. Newman Sim Racing just came out, but we'll focus on the battle that's up on your screen right now to the top three. Heinrich, remember, he tried to dive it on in, locked up the brakes, lost a couple spots. He's right on back on the doorstep once again and following along on the back of the train, being a little bit more cautious here with this being a three-car group here, not wanting to make more contact to the front bumper maybe.
Yeah, you don't want to try to overtake through the Kesselchen into Mutkurve, because on that turn, that really brutal left-hander, you just have to get it right. There's only one line through that, as now you have again two slight braking zones where it doesn't work now exactly as and the Kesselchen at the carousel. You need to be on the one line that's in the inside, as you can see, taking just that one line.
And you can see them all hitting that one line to perfection there for each of them. Hardenberg steps out of line, in fact, for the split second with Kirchhoff right now, as they continue to stay toe-to-toe right now, bumper-to-bumper nearly, through the Nordschleife right now. To get to that quick damage from the car behind in Heinrich, though, how will that... what in terms of damage, how do you think it will hurt drivers if they don't elect to take the fast repair?
If you don't take the fast repair, this doesn't look too bad. Oh, wait a second. I thought HK Racing Team did a big mistake, but they saved it. Yeah, but if they stay behind in the draft, you don't notice it that much. But as soon as he gets past him and you don't have any other car to follow, you will definitely notice that you lose some kph, especially on Göttingen.
And that's something that could be something to keep track of, especially if drivers get possible significant damage. Remember, you have to provide proof and then have a 5-minute stop and go if you do use your fast repair. As the top three still staying toe-to-toe right now, Kirchhoff just not leaking any inch, not making quite any mistakes really. Hardenberg keeps on looking like he's a slight touch loose maybe, as the track temp currently on average is 71 degrees as we are currently inside the game, 1900 GMT local time, pardon me. Looking back now to Alpine Eagle Racing, they've had some troubles meanwhile. Remember, they were in the top 4? Well, the Armco barrier says, I will take the spots away from you.
Yes, and they damaged the rear slightly. I hope that the axle is alright, because when you got all these bushings falling out and all these and the transmission is bent, then it can be a game over for you.
Absolutely can be game over, that's for sure right now. Back to that grouping of the top 3. Here we go down the long straight once again. Hardenberg gets the draft with Team Hoincheveld 301. Will he decide to go for the pass? Yes, indeed he will. Goes to the right side of HK Racing Team. Kirchhoff doesn't make the move to defend. Huge run, meanwhile, from Heinrich. He's going to follow the hole as well and pick up the draft of Hardenberg. So, a change for the lead and for P number 2 just like that. But Heinrich looks like he wants more. Will he take it in even more deeper? Backs off this time for the next braking zone. But a change for the race lead down the long straight.
Yeah, and it can happen that it changes again, because you have another long straight here, not as long as the Göttingen Höhe, of course, but another possibility to draft, as though Kirchhoff is too far away at the moment from the Williams eSports car. But he will look at this situation. He will just wait for the right moment, because the right moment would be when Williams eSports maybe shoots too far or they fight too much, and you just win time as to go sideways again.
And Hardenberg really locked up the brakes, possibly on the corner exit, it looked like. Went way off the racing line, and that has opened up the door from Heinrich. Heinrich has taken the race lead for the class. He now leads the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class after a mistake in turn number 1 from Hardenberg.
It's very crucial to keep that lead up into the Nordschleife, where all the track gets all narrow and twisty, so you have a little bit more breathing room, of course. The approach to Flugplatz and the approach to Schwedenkreuz are 2 spots where you could possibly try it, but with these cars at Schwedenkreuz you really have to watch out for that understeer and then the Armco.
And it looks like Hardenberg losing some time, in fact, towards the end of the Grand Prix portion of the racetrack as you continue to follow along with that. So he is now fallen back to over half a second back, already dropping back to 1.4 seconds back as HK Racing Team, because of how they were down the straight as they work their way into the Nordschleife now.
Yeah, but it looks like they can keep up a little bit here. You had just a little bit of a drift back there as we switch to the GT3 cars. There's Jens Hartschwampf fighting with Markus Spinner, where they have the Michael Hus V Motorsports 272 car heading up the Exmühle.
Yeah, looking at that battle right now, 12th and 13th in terms of positioning for them right now, and that's a ways away in terms of the overall class lead at this point for those 2 drivers for sure, but pretty fierce battle despite being about at least 3.5–4 seconds back minimum from the leaders of the class as you follow along with Markus Binner.
And this is a very frustrating place not to be able to overtake, because the Kesselchen section, this is the one where you can just plow through full throttle, no relieving of the gas pedal. But I think he has to. Will he try to go 2x2? I don't hope so, because afterwards the Mutko over the left turn I mentioned before, it's going to be a game changer. And he tries it. Ooh, and he went through.
And how about that? Game of chicken, and guess what? Michael Hoos V Motorsports number 272 of Marcus Binner, he wins the game of chicken, gets John's Hardentroff to blink, and now he pulls a little bit of distance, but they are slowly but surely approaching their way, at least a couple minutes away from the Antwerp Bach, to be able to pull back in potentially down the straightaways. They work their way through the carousel. Back towards the front, though. The battle for the lead for the GTE class continues to stay fierce. The Young just can't find the place to get on by for the position to get by Wallmeyer right now. It looks like he's been going everywhere, left, right, everywhere he can into the first corner, especially into the Grand Prix circuit.
At least they have some air to breathe to just continue this fight around, because the difference from P3 to P4 is over 8 seconds right now. So Florian Kappel having problems in his Phoenix Racing eSport Orange car to just keep up to this leading group here.
Yeah, and you can see them still about a car length and a half, give or take, difference between each of the cars right now as they work their way into the Nordschleife now. Early portions of the Nordschleife. And if you're someone like the Young, where you compete in multiple different Pro Series and know that you have a fast car, while slightly damaged it appears on the left front, how do you just keep yourself patient knowing that, in part maybe, that you still have a ways to go until the checker flag?
It's just pure concentration, and also just you just have to have self-confidence, like I will get this guy anyway, just put up the pressure until he does a mistake, because he's knowing that Jonas Wallmeyer is having the same pace at the moment with his Ferrari GTE car, so it's actually a sandwich of Ferraris with one slice of Porsche in between. And this shows pretty much this topic that is not spoken of very much, balance of performance.
In terms of battles of performance, let's look at one battle now in the GT3s as they work their way down the Antwerp, making the pass for Sorg Rennsport Esports. If for yellow, he gets the move to second, and we have the pass there. Nearly got the pass for the lead as well, and having to back off. And the battle still leading every single lap of the class has been German Sim Racing Purple so far. But they are starting to shuffle a little bit in terms of the track position for those drivers as well, and pulling on away from German Sim Racing White in the backdrop.
Yeah, German Sim Racing, they compete in a lot of events. We had them at the PCDC, and they were not so fortunate having a huge crash in that one. So I think it's always a psychology thing, because you know, you're in the front, of course you got pressured by behind, but you get a little bit of this wave of emotion, of positive emotion, like I'm first, I can keep pushing it, as we switch back to the GTE in P4 and P5.
And we haven't talked about much of these two teams since the start of the race. Phoenix Racing Esport Orange and Epic Sim Racing Red working their way 4th and 5th. They're still a ways back from that battle for the race lead. They've fallen 11.5 seconds back, in fact, of the top 3 in the GTE class.
This is absolutely true, but they're still putting on a very good game. And looking at the lap times, I would say that they're pretty equal to each other, because the last lap was a 7:38.952 from Florian Kappel, and just 0.2 of a second faster over a course of 24 kilometers was Robert Lukoszek. So this is a pretty equal out battle here.
And remember, there's still battles for points positions on the line here. Epic Sim Racing Red entering the day 2nd in the GTE class. For Phoenix Racing Esport Orange, they're looking to move themselves up a few spots, entering the day in the top 10. Their green counterparts were the ones who entered 4th into the standings, but they have been down in the grid. So it's about not just, you know, battling for the class wins or the championships. It's about battling for every single point left on the table before the end of the season, maybe.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and they want to show possible also, some teams are there to show sponsors that we are ready to do a next season, we are ready to go faster. This is also a little bit like you have in the real racing scene, where this is just a showcase of what is possible to do.
Indeed, for sure, right now, as you still look now towards the battle for the lead, still for the GTE class. They are still 1, 2, 3 with Pure Racing Team still leading them. Sponsored by Pure Driving School with VRS Koana Simsport with Mitchell DeYoung still in the second spot with Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue in third. Quickly getting to the real-world sponsorship, Sorg Rennsport Esports, of course, affiliated with the real-world Sorg Rennsport, which in real life, in the 24 hours at Nürburgring this year, won 2 separate classes in the BMW Cup and the V4 classes, and competes in various different classes in the road course side.
Yeah, definitely, and also now one of the guys who's, I think, engineer over there at their team, he's driving as well, and they also help with setup work, so it's where the real team and the sim racing team connect to each other.
And when you have teams like that and Williams Esports and many more real-world teams like Team Pointchevel stepping on, and how helpful is that, you feel, to have real-world support and the connection to potentially get some seat time in real life if there's the opportunity that arises?
I mean, that already happened back in with Tim Heinemann in the GT4 Mercedes, like in Hockenheim, doing his first GT4 racing after only doing sims, and especially here with iRacing, where the sim is as realistic as you could get at the moment. It's almost, let's say, almost a one-to-one experience, apart, of course, from the G-forces and everything you get with a real car.
Yeah, a lot of teams taking track of some of these drivers and the lines they potentially take, as well as you look at Jian, looking at how he's working his way through. Wallmeyer works his way through the grass and picks up an incident point there. But now, can he get the draft is the question. He does have some slight damage on the front, very, very slight damage, but there's the different cars that they have here a little bit here too that we've discussed slight touch. For Wallmeyer, he's got the Ferrari as well as Sudbach. DeYoung drives the Porsche. In terms of that could come into play potentially as the Porsche of DeYoung. He dives to the right side. Can he make it too wide, entering the hard braking zone to the end of the straight? He's still side by side with the tire of Wallmeyer. Wallmeyer's going to take the outside line, able to hold on to the position as DeYoung has to check up.
Very, very well done here from Wallmeyer. But as I saw before, Sudbach, he was running in that rev limiter. That could also mean possible engine damage as Mitchell DeYoung tries it again for T1.
DeYoung dives his way outside, goes for late braking, locking up the tires is Wallmeyer, but getting loose on the exit slight touch was DeYoung as he falls back into second. So still providing pressure, keeping Wallmeyer on his toes while the battle for position that we talked about before, Phoenix Racing Esport Orange able to defend and keep the 4th spot over Robert Luschek of Esports Sim Racing Red for now.
Yeah, for now, but they are still losing time towards the first 3. 13 seconds almost now is the gap between the battle of 4 and 5 and the group of leaders. And what I was talking about, you've seen the Ferrari in the ref limiter on the Döttinger Höhe, and that might as well be a key factor, because when you in that draft and in the ref limiter as well, the engine heats up just so much, and I already killed a GTE Ferrari in Le Mans with that.
And that could be a huge factor for sure to discuss. Meanwhile, let's discuss this battle for position as these Porsches try and battle for the 4th spot. Zoo Drive 362 and German Sim Racing Orange are the ones battling for position inside the top 5, as they are very close, bumper to bumper, near side by side as we just seen just a moment ago, and still a ways off the class lead, but still also finding as hard as they can on the racetrack.
Yeah, we see them being away just a little bit from the others as I'm looking here on our timing screen. And with a little bit, I mean about 11 seconds. So we have the same thing, what's going on with the GTE. An awesome fight for position 4 and a huge gap to position 3.
And that seems to be a bit of the trend where the top few drivers of the class are able to pull out. And speaking of the top drivers in this said class, they've really separated a little bit, I've noticed, between the top 3, and especially that might potentially help drivers such as this, because drivers like Williams Esports team, Porsche and HK Racing team at times have separated themselves out. You can see there exactly on the screen by about 5 seconds, if that is right on the timing and scoring. Pure Racing team is currently first, still over VRS and SimSport. Those positions, though, will change because it's a battle for the race lead for the GT3s. Able to make the pass on your screen, it's Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow making the pass for the lead, dethroning German Sim Racing Purple for the first time today.
And if I remember correctly, Mike Nürnberg was the one who won the German GT Masters powered by Avia back in the first half of this year, also hosted by Sim Racing Deutschland. So they're doing a lot of stuff, and this will continue on next year. But let us focus back on the 3.5 hours. There is Michael Schöttler also trying to find his luck over there with those both fighting in the front. And you see how close Patrick Preußer is right now. He had to brake in the turn again and again, just not only for trade braking, but just to keep the distance between the cars.
And for Sorg Rennsport Esports, they're looking to try and do what they did in the 24 hours in Nürburgring, where they can get multiple class victories in the overall championship, as well. Team Porsche trying to provide the pressure for that set championship set picture, as you still see them trying to sort themselves out now, working their way, in fact, through a bit more darkness, in fact, on the racetrack. A lot more shade starting to overcast its way over the Nürburgring.
Yes, and this is affecting the track temp as well a little bit. I think it dropped even 1 more degree. No, it's still average of 21 degrees. Yeah, the overcast skies, they hide the sun, apparently, as the name says. And this also affects, of course, the racetrack. I mean, you have the little bit heated up ideal line, but on the rest of it, it's just slippery. So you want to stick to your line that's driven already for half an hour, and you see it later on in the race, like in the last few minutes, like 30 minutes before the end, especially when it gets dark and cold. The people try to just stay on that ideal line because it's so cold and slippery outside of that.
And that's going to definitely become even more so a factor, possibly, too, when the lights are out and when you're just going in some portions of the racetrack, have to depend on just your headlights, potentially, by the time they reach maybe 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock of this race.
Yeah, we will finish at about 10:30, 10 to 10:30, somewhere around that. We don't have lights on the racetrack yet, which will make more interesting, especially on the GP track, where it will be dark as well, as we see the fight between both of the Muka Motorsport cars.
Oh, trouble in front of them! One of the Muka Motorsport cars, the green entry in front of them, in fact, just tight slapped the wall on the right side. Luca von Littner was the one driving. He's holding up his teammates, in fact, letting them by now as he's slowing back down. Here's the view here.
Yeah, that's the mood curve. It really takes its victims throughout the race, I think. This will not be the last.
And you see there he immediately let his teammates on through. They were, in fact, all the teammates, in fact, that entire 3-car train was all grouped one by one nearly there before that tank slappers will look back at the race lead.
Yes, and it's still in the race lead. There is still the Pure Racing team, followed still by Quanta SimSport. So back to the frustration thing. What do you think would De Jong feel right now?
In terms of that, I think he's thinking, I know I'm a bit faster, but I gotta make sure I'm patient. Possibly is probably the smartest thing. You gotta think here. Do you agree here, Tobias?
I think, yeah, it absolutely is. Don't push too much. Just get into your constant driving. Just, you know, let muscle memory do the job.
Muscle memory, indeed, to make sure you hit your marks and remember where to go. And right now, for a couple of the drivers in the lower part, currently for some of them, they're having to deal with lap traffic for this class, in fact, if within the top 10. Remember Newman Sim Racing? I mentioned them coming back on the racetrack. Well, he is off the pace, in fact, back on the racetrack with the Porsche Cup. And now some of the GTEs are having to work through some of the traffic as you still stick with the race lead right now. That could become a possible factor. We'll get to that as soon as we can, as you continue to see De Jong still following along inside the line, not having as much of a draft, in fact, to Wallmeyer this time.
And I think one of the GTE cars gave up because I don't see the Supersonic Falcon GTE 199 car anymore anywhere on track. and it's dropping behind on the standings, as we saw again the ref limiter hindering the Ferrari to get to the Porsche.
And at this point, how long do you think he has for the rev limiter before he gets to where you were at Le Mans, do you think?
It took me about 2.5 hours, depending, but at Le Mans you do that more often. So I think it could be close to the race end, but it could be happening way earlier. You might be able to save yourself into the pits as soon as you notice the clouds coming from your engine, but if you overdo it too much, it might just stall and be off.
And now that could still, again, become a huge factor. Still a long ways to go. 3 hours, 22 minutes to go in the virtual vVLN season finale. Battling for position once again for P4 and 5. It's Epic Sim Racing Red and Phoenix Racing Esport Orange. As Phoenix Racing dives in, locks up the right side tires. As going wide this time is Epic Sim Racing Red into the gravel trap just about. And that will lose them a fair bit amount of time and lose them back the spot as they continue to trade spots down the long straight.
Epic Sim Racing Red was very lucky here to not be stuck a little bit more in that gravel trap. As I see already broken lighting on the Phoenix Racing car, and the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing green car is already in the pit lane for the first pit stop. I don't know what happened there. Number 125.
Yes, remember that tank slapper? He is the driver that had that hit. He is now in the pits. And this is going to possibly be the quick repair that might come to factor for that currently 12th place in class driver in the pits. Looking back at the action for the front once again, things still settling on, but to get back to that point of lap traffic, they're about to reach it. Epic Sim Racing Petro is the first car that the leaders will have to deal with for lap traffic today.
Oh yeah, and this is a damaged car that might be interesting if it has a bent steering or something else. It probably, oh, very close one here. I just wanted to say they probably do that on the approach to the Flugplatz, but they did it way earlier. So very, very good overtaking there, but also very good track control of that Porsche.
Yeah, and that held up Sudbach more than anything. He lost the most time out of that. The top two, though, got there pretty quickly, but that gets to an issue where once they reach more and more of these other class drivers, if you reach them in some portions of the Nordschleife, that can completely hurt your lap times and hurt your track position potentially.
That's absolutely true, but look, he's almost back at it again. So I think they're holding up each other a little bit on this track.
I think so too, I think so too here, as you still see them 1, 2, 3 for the time being right now. Now, let's go over to the GT3s, because remember, Sword, Rennsport, Esports Yellow had taken the lead before. They're still holding on slightly for the GTE class, if we can go towards that way. As they are, yes indeed, right now you're looking at those GT3s, in fact, that nearly Patrick Paris was able to get the run, but it seems now that Paris is getting a bit of dirty air through the Nordschleife section. It's getting a bit harder, as it looks like we have some smoke coming out from German Sim Racing Orange from the pit lane, one of the Porsche entries as they work their way into the pass zone. We'll get to that in a split second. Still holding on, though, is once again Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow.
Yeah, so Esports Yellow, they just keep the car in front with a great braking actually, and they're doing a great job not to look too much in the rearview mirror. So like, I just drive my line, and when the moment comes where German Sim Racing comes up to me, then I defend.
Yeah, absolutely right now, as this is continuing to be a bit of a patience game. Still at least a minimum 20 minutes before the pit window opens up for a lot of these teams for today's action. And you gotta factor into the possible driver swaps too. For some of these guys, of course, just 40 minutes in, when do you as a driver think, okay, I want to go for a driver swap for my team? Do you go for just the one driver swap, or do you go for like multiple driver swaps in a race, you think?
Probably just one. If the two driver, they just take the middle, like after 2 hours, they just switch the cars and maybe also the tires. So they try to double stint the tires as much as possible to just save time. You might want to get this time, as I just seen what happened to that Porsche car. It was Carl Becker at the wheel.
Yep.
from the 313, and then they crashed into the 333 that had a problem, and then the engine said, no, I don't want anymore. So look at this again. They have having problem in the German Sim Racing orange car, and they hit the Armco, went around and got hit by the 313.
And you're looking at the replay here, you can see it starts by getting in the grass and then hitting the Armco, and you can see when it gets from bad to worse right about here.
Holy moly, that was a crash with one of the Raceunion cars.
Yeah, that was a sharp right coming across the grass, losing traction. That is Carl Becker, who is behind the wheel of the 313 machine for QM Motorsports, looking on board with him.
He was not thinking about anything bad, and then he saw the Porsche popping up on the road. Nothing you could do there at that moment.
And that is severe damage. Front hood gone. Motors smoking for multiple different drivers. That will be a possible quick repair used up as we look back at the battle for the GT3s.
Being actually in the pits, they don't use the fast repairs, so they do it the old school way just to save it for something even worse, I guess, later in the race when they need it, as we see more traffic getting past here. Cup car making a good amount of space for both VRS Coanda and the Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue. Just some space there to work with.
And they've gone through about half of the the Porsche Cup cars, in fact. Guess who it's helped, though? Wallmeyer's now pulled away, thanks in part to this traffic, and could potentially have just broken off the draft, in fact, from the rest from second and third because of the traffic.
Yeah, that helps as well, especially if you do some mistakes at pit entry, then maybe in about 60 minutes. This is like, these 2.4 seconds is a nice pillow to have. You always want to breathe a little bit better, but I think he just got lucky with traffic. If you think about racing in the LMP1s and GTEs and everything, that's already a hassle. As I see a car on the side of the road just behind the other, was it again with the motorsport? No,
possibly. Okay. Let's look at the replay, in fact, as we look at Muka Motorsports in terms of that. You've seen them driving alone. You see them in their pink machine right now in the 126, and it looks like just hit the curb.
Oh yeah, just hit the curb. Yeah, that was unfortunate there. Lost some time, but no damage normally. But these high curves, these are insanely high. They go up to 8 centimeters in some parts of the track, or even 10 when you're there in real life. So that one can actually damage your axle and your tires.
And that could be a huge amount of damage too for a race like this, falling on board with Robert Lusek right now with Epic Sim Racing Red in the 5th spot of the GTEs, where you kind of want to keep the car on the racetrack, so to speak. You don't want to, of course, hit the curbing and have the case where you hit the Armco like some drivers have today.
Yeah, but it will be happening even more often as we approach the nighttime. That might be an issue. Luckily, they don't drive the LMP1 cars where when you lose your hood, you lose the lights.
Speaking of drivers off, we're getting reports now that VRS Coanda SimSport went off the racetrack and tapped the right side of the car on the Armco. So they have really lose some time, in fact, to Sudbeck because of damage around the middle portion, I believe it is, on the racetrack. So they have ended up going off track and losing some time and have some damage on the left rear, in fact, to just below the wing.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them, but that's nothing that could be repaired. So that couldn't be repaired. So they lose a lot of time, but still they get to race on.
Yeah, and that was a huge mistake in that situation for sure now, as that might not factor in right for time being right now, as currently 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 36 seconds left to go in today's action here for Nürburgring here on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network. Still following along with Nigel Dion, who is currently in the 3rd spot. Mitchell Dion trying to get back up to 2nd spot, while Jonas Wallmeyer has broken off the draft within the class. Anything can happen at this race, but for Wallmeyer, up to 3 seconds away now for the class lead and for the overall race lead. He's continuing to put on some distance in the class. Quickly look back at the GT3s, meanwhile, to get a look back at the top 3. Right now, in the middle of that top 3 sandwich, Patrick Paris for German Sim Racing Purple, still trying to get the lead on back from Mike Nürburg from Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow. He's been able to hold on to the lead since making the pass about 14 to 20 minutes ago, as Michael Schuletter has followed on behind in the third spot for a majority of the run so far since the drop of the green flag. But keep an eye on the driver in fourth, Sergio Medina, closing up in towards the line for German Sim Racing White for their side for the GT3s. And as mentioned, the Porsches, they've all broken the draft individually with Williams Esports ahead of Team Hoyt-Chevelle by 10 seconds, with HK Racing Team an extra 8 seconds away from the fourth spot, rather, behind second on the track. Looking back to fourth spot, though, guess who's battling once again? Phoenix Racing Esport Orange and Epic Sim Racing Red.
It's really insane now that we're going to a part where you can't really overtake, but it's not a different class. And I got some news from race control for that Porsche incident. So it looked like the 333 got tapped by the 398 car. And the 398 car, that gets stop and hold penalty, 30 seconds.
And that is the first penalty handed out of the race. That is an interesting penalty for sure, after an interesting incident, to say the very least, as still looking at that 4th and 5th place battle right now. As right now, that looks to be, I believe, that might be the Porsche Basel Sorg Esport car that might be up in front of these guys for lap traffic. In fact, that's GT Temple Racing Cup 1, pardon me, apologies for that. But there is some fair amount of damage on some of these cars here starting to build up.
Yeah, it won't get better through the race, since look how dark it is now. It's not dark enough for the headlights yet, but it's still overcast enough to cast some really scary shadows.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, for sure right now, but still a lot to go to. But these drivers are about maybe 2-3 laps, give or take, to go into the pit window. If you're drivers like, say, Wallmeyer, where you are away now from the rest of the group, when do you go in? Do you just go right to empty, or do you like just go for the undercut, possibly? In case of some drivers, rather.
It actually depends. Some of the you might need a little splash and dash at the end of the race to just finish that, as we see now Racing Center Vibe Sports Cyan car with Philip Eckert at the wheel in the pits. In the beginnings, you mostly go full empty, and then in the pits, fill it up again, and then you can start shifting your strategies, just filling up the amount that you would need later on, right now, and then drive with one last stint to the finish without a short pit stop at the end.
Looking at the battle now for 9th in the GT3 class. This is Marcus Binner once again with Finn Marks now with Progressive Sim Racing, as they are still slowly trying to sort out a battle here. Binner, remember, did lose some time here and there in the early portion of the race from some tight situations when battling for position.
Yes, he absolutely did. Look at this car from Marcus Binner right now. It looks a little bit like there's damage on both of the hoods of the cars. So both of them have some battle scars already, and both of them are now heading onto the Nordschleife.
And going back to Eckert, he's coming out of the pits right now and trying to look towards it. It looks like the pit window might be open for a couple of these GT3 cars potentially here at this point. At this point, this is a little bit earlier than expected, give or take. Remember, for the GT3s, it's a 92% fuel capacity limit, and they're give or take around the same range, a minute 27 in the pits in total. So at this point, do you find that interesting that some drivers are now coming in a little bit earlier than the hour point for fuel?
It should work out. It's a little bit less than an hour, actually, because if you go over the hour, you're on the track somewhere in the middle of the track where you run out of fuel. So that's also something you have to account for. And he changed tires, because changing tires and fuel, it's about 1 minute free, if I remember correctly, for the GT3 cars. The GTE cars can do pit stops, tires and fuel in 35 seconds, since they are allowed to do both at the same time.
Glad you brought that up there at this point. Do you see once again, you said there was drivers that could double stack or triple stack tires. Do you see drivers in, say, that GT3 class taking the tires and lose that set amount of time compared to just taking fuel?
They take that into account, because on the Nordschleife the track is very long. One lap is about 8 minutes, so they're mostly taking these risks, let's say, about several seconds, because there can so much happen, and you don't want to be get caught on used tires when it comes up for a fight for position. But I think the GTE cars, thanks to their time advantage and pit stops, they might not double stint tires at all. They might take it just for every stop.
And open up the door for the Porsche Cup leaders too, as now Lauren Heinrich, remember, he was up to about a 10-second lead. He's now into the pits, so now the pit window is wide open now. Just past 50 minutes in, Rain Kirchhoff will follow him into the pits. Multiple others also diving in. The GTEs will stay out this time, as now that pit window's open. Epic Sim Racing Red, the window's open though on the left side of the racetrack, as he'll try and make the pass quickly on Phoenix Racing. But every time they've made this pass, Epic Sim Racing Red, it's been traded right on back the second they get into the Grand Prix circuit.
Let's just see if they head up in the pits or if they stay here. Oh, it looks like both of them. Oh, no, he tried to fool him by staying all the way on the right for a very long time. So there might now be the possibility again to switch places over again, as we see, I think it was a GTE car going to the pits in the background.
Yeah, that was Mocha Motorsport Sim Racing diving in. Meanwhile, diving in towards the inside, Epic Sim Racing Red. He takes the inside line. Phoenix Racing Esport Orange couldn't make the pass work on the high side, as they come right where Williams Esports has made their first driver swap of the day, with Alexander Vaub now behind the wheel for Williams Esports right in front of them.
Oh, that's going to be interesting where they get them here on the course. Maybe he should just stay to the outside, be safe, don't risk anything. Ooh, threw the car a little bit into that turn, but they passed safely and everything is good. This is always a situation where you start to think, oh please, let it be somewhere safe. I mean, some drivers, what they do and they show, and it's known to do on the Nordschleife, just make your car wide if you want to get like lapped, but show directly and almost aggressively, no, you don't overtake me right here, don't leave you a space, just wait a second.
Just wait a second, wait for the hole to open, then go right on through it when you feel it's safe to go. The safest way to make a pass. But still, the pit window, as mentioned, open. Everyone's dived on in except for a majority of the GTEs so far now. So the question is a lot of these guys, is there any risk you feel that they might run out of fuel if they're in some of these situations now? Do you think if they stayed out for this extra lap, or they should be 100% safe, you think, right?
Like the GT3 cars, it was the perfect moment to go in, since it's about 54 to 52 minutes done. That works fine. The GTE cars having about, I think it was 120 liters as well, but I think they don't use as much. I'm not remembering, since we have some regulatory things about the fuel. The GTE cars, they're using 100% of their normal fuel. The GT3 is 92% and the Cup car 76%. So I think they're trying to not stack up the pits too full, since they have shared pit boxes.
Indeed, right now, of course, you don't want to end up going in a pit box and immediately overlapping on top of someone else's car. That makes it a bit hard to figure out where the pit signs are, of course, as you follow on with the GT3s right now, as looking for a sign to try and maybe make the move is Scholetter, not getting the run he needs to quite yet on Paris. Will they decide to go on diving towards that direction is going to be a quick question, as they drive their way now towards the pit lane entry side. In fact, I believe, in fact, they have all... No, in fact, they have not pit, in fact, yet, as now they will, in fact, pit right now, pardon me.
So let's see who's double stinting the tires right now just to gain track position. It's about 25 seconds of a difference there for tires regarding fuel. As I said, GTE cars pitting about 31 to 40 seconds, depending on if they have damage or not. Let's see, the GT3 cars, all of them are stacked right next to each other. That makes it more interesting to watch.
And it looks like a couple of them might be going for driver swaps here, if I look at this right. German Sim Racing is going to put Alexander Lilla in, fixing up some damage as well. In fact, I think he might have just accidentally taken the quick repair, because the right rear sign just repaired quickly. Nürnberg not going for a driver swap. Scholetter staying in the car for his team. Scholetter is going to double stack. He's off and away, so he's the first out of the pits. The rest of the drivers are still sitting in their stalls.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Team Heusingbold went for the aggressive strategy just to double stint their tires at this point around. Most of the drivers don't know how it feels to drive at night at the Nordschleife, since this is the first enduro event that takes place racing to the night, and especially on the Nordschleife, which is already hard enough on the tires.
Correction on the quick repair comment. It appears that the front side not repaired. The back side was quickly repaired though. But also double stinting was German Sim Racing's white entry, which was just slowly but surely gaining up to that train of 3 leaders as well. So him and Scholet are both playing the track game position, also playing the battle for position game is Epic Sim Racing Red still and Phoenix Racing Esport Orange, as they've had since the drop of the green flag today.
Yeah, they won't stop fighting into the night, and this is going to get interesting. I wonder what drivers are using, you know, the light flashes, because all the car can flash the lights, and this can be used as a distraction as the whole cockpit lights up when you have a car behind you.
I've seen it used as well when trying to maneuver lap traffic as well, but not so much in the night quite yet in terms of the iRacing service. That's something it's going to be curious as they work their way out of the carousel. Still about half a second apart for them right now. And still a ways away until track position. They still need to pit. In fact, right now for the GTEs, the top 5 are the only drivers not to pit on the racetrack for the respective class. In fact, the only drivers overall not to pit so far.
It really looks like it. Looking through the timing sheet that I have here, only the first 5 didn't pit yet, so it might come up right now at this moment where we have Epic Sim Racing Red in the wall. Robert Lukaszek, he lost the car right there, and he lost the battle for position right now.
Let's look at the replay for that battle and damage there. Remember, he was in the 4th spot just a moment ago, and that was an error case of the curbs maybe coming into play.
Yeah. He just clipped the curb too much, and then it threw the car unstable. Look at this. Here they go. Bam, didn't make the left turn, hit the gum curb.
And not only that, you've seen a puff of grass/dirt popping up there too, right on the left side of the curb. So it looks like that little extra touch just sent it wide, as now we move over to the battle for 7.
It's Mücke Motorsport Sim Racing Yellow defending from the Phoenix Racing Esports Green. That's Tony Lersch on 7th and Martin van Ooyen on P8 as they head now to the carousel again. One of my favorite parts, look at the banking of this turn.
Yeah, very tight corner, having to hit that one line of banking. And for someone like you, how thrilling is it, of course, to drive on something like that and have the pressure, of course, of that line replay?
It's very hard to get on that line specifically. There's a speed you can only drive on there between 70 and about 90 kph. If you go faster, you will just end on the outside, and it will bring you all the way to the Armco. So it's very hard not to crash there or to lose so much time. And it was introduced as a drain actually.
To get quickly back to Epic Sim Racing Red, remember they hit the Armco? Yeah. Well, it looks like things have gotten worse if I'm looking at this right, because moments afterwards, after hitting the Armco, they instead put the left front tire right through the Armco and into the 162 sign. So they are now out of the race and in the pits as the leaders come in right in front of Epic Sim Racing Red in the stalls.
So that means they will lose at least 1 lap here, as the tow time for the whole track takes about 10 minutes, I think. 10 to 12 minutes. So that might be another 6 minutes lost before he can even use the fast repair. And then, of course, he has to stop for the penalty box for the 5-minute stop and hold penalty when taking that quick repair.
And for those wondering, what do you mean by penalty box? If we can quick as these drivers stop in their stalls to German Sim Racing Orange. Remember, they have that penalty right now. They're sitting in that blue box, and you have to sit in that blue box with 4 tires in the said box to serve your penalty on the racetrack. So they are now in the penalties. Meanwhile, Sorg Rensport Esports Blue off and away in 2nd spot. Mitchell de Jong comes out in 3rd still. So the same 1, 2, 3 order, even more so spaced out now as they get out of the pits, right at about the same spot as lap traffic again.
Yeah, they're having lap traffic at the same exact spot, both of them. It looked a little bit like a replay, to be honest.
Yeah, look kind of like that there, and they've really separated themselves out. Look back at the battle for position, though. This is now 7th and 8th. Phoenix Racing's eSport Green having to defend to Muka Motorsport Sim Racing Yellow. Tony Lulich behind the wheel of the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing machine. Thought about diving into the right side and making it too wide, but again, didn't want to take the risk quite yet.
Yeah, they always, you don't want to risk throwing your car into the Hohenrhein chicane. I've seen a car flip on its roof already when he lost it under braking. Real life.
Yeah, that is something that's definitely dangerous. And 2, keep in mind, they're slowly closing on into 6 as well. Patrick Shulikowski is up in front of them by about a few seconds, right in front of Phoenix Racing eSport Green. So if they can get lined up, they can catch up to that orange and black machine of Muka Motorsport Sim Racing with their sponsorship, as mentioned by Captel 24.
Yeah, he had his pit window at the same time as the other cars that are just behind him. So his last lap was even 1 second, his out lap was 1 second faster than the one of Phoenix Racing eSport Green. But it looks like they get there. He did some mistakes that you wouldn't like to do when trying to outpace other people. So there might be a chance somewhere soon in the next 20 to 30 minutes.
Possibly right now as you look at him on the track. Right now on is very lonesome, but that can change in the span of a few minutes and a few laps around the circuit, especially with lap traffic in front of him too within the class. Because remember, there were some of the issues before at the start of the race for some of the drivers, such as Gambalo Racing Cup is the first lap traffic he's going to have to reach in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, and the 168 car of Epic Sim Racing Red with Robert Lukaszek just made its way out of the pits again, so he definitely took the fast repair. And as I'm checking now the list actually of where he's sitting at, I don't find his car yet on the live timing. Is it me or...?
He's on the screen right now, scored in 11th, it appears, as he lost a lot of time and again took the quick repair after smashing the left front tire right through the Armco barrier into the 162 sign. But look at the battle now for 5th spot in the GT3s, as once again it's Attel Motorsport Sim Racing's 236 car and 34's Racing. Mark Rogen defending Yannick Danish right now for the time being. Still very close, tight quarters racing all night long as it still gets darker and darker across the circuit.
Yeah, and they approach now the Döttinger Höhe again. We see a little bit of damage on the hood of the Free Fast Racing car, but now you can see how fast these cars can really get. Normally it's about 260, 270, 280 depending on the gear ratio and of course depending on the draft that he's getting, and he's in that draft, but I don't think it will be enough.
And you can see now following on board in 6th gear, 287 kilometers an hour is the estimate for max speed. Nearly maxing out, in fact, just about hitting the rev limiter at the end of the straightaway. Just not enough time to be able to make the pass, as you can see there, and having to go back into the brake zone. Overall, just shy of 180 miles per hour in total for those watching in the United States and from Imperial System markets. But look at Yannick Danish. He kept his foot in the gas, and now they're going to go side by side into the first corner once again. Can he get the right position, though, is the question. The outside line has been pretty powerful to defend the battle for position. And Danish, he's just going to send it, and it's going to be Rochen just giving him the spot, it appears.
Yeah, it was a very good decision. You still have 2 hours and 53 minutes to race. Don't risk too much downhill damage. And the damage on the hood of this Mercedes, that comes from riding the curbs. You have some curbs where you can just drive over them and it just throws the tire into the hood from the underside and just bends it a little bit.
And you talked a bit about the curves before and some of the damage as well, but what is the limit, you think, to riding the curbs throughout the race to the point where it's like, okay, I've added too much damage, it's now to the point where it adds suspension damage, possibly, maybe?
Yeah, you have some of those curves where you can actually, or even have to ride on to keep the space, as in Hatzbach, you know, the left, right. You just stay shy of the left side and take the full one on the right side, or none at all. They're just these possibilities. Mostly they're accompanied like a little bit of not tarmac, but these, you know, these stones that come next to the curb, like this one as well. You can take it full on. but these higher curbs, these, you know, they're slimmer but high, and especially Brünnchen on the inside. If you just clip that, as we've seen before with the Porsches and De Jong, just sends the car flying, and especially in Hassenbach, if you touch them too much, you can just lose the car and rear-end it in an Armco or something.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Looking now at VRS Kalana Simsport with Mitchell de Jong still behind the wheel. He was in the battle for the lead at one point. Now he's 8 seconds back in third spot and still losing time. No one to work with the draft, just having to work with lap traffic. Everyone in the GTEs, in fact, is separated by 4 seconds since the pit stop window.
And this will continue to go on as we now have 25 seconds already from Phoenix Racing Esport Orange to the third position, and another 15 from that one to P1. So that doesn't change at the moment, but we had some racing around here, and I would think after this first hour and 8 minutes of the whole race, we should do a quick rundown of the groups.
Indeed, I think it's a smart idea. Why don't you say, Tobias? As let's look at a quick rundown of your top runners so far for each of the classes, shall we? So far here today, let's look at the top 8, starting off with the GTEs. Since the drop of the green flag, it's been the top 3 of Pure Racing Team, Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue, and VRS Koena Simsport. Up in the top 3, Pure Racing Team, though, has pulled away to exactly 5.4 seconds as they go up the hill over Sorg Rennsport and VRS Koena, respectively. Phoenix Racing Esports Orange is in the 4th spot, battled for 4 for a while, in fact, with Epic Sim Racing Red before they smashed hard into the Armco barrier. Epic Sim Racing Red did. While Muka Motorsport Sim Racing just about has a full sweep of 5th through 8th, running 5th, 6th, and 8th respectively, with Phoenix Racing Esport Green in the 7th spot right now for the class. Now, looking at the GT3s, why don't we, in terms of that? You can see the time starting to separate. Minute 22 all the way back to 8 in the GTEs. The GT3s, it's up to 1 minute and 31 seconds back to 8th. Team Hoytjeveld has pulled off and away in the lead by 19 seconds over German Sim Racing White vVLN, along with Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow, German Sim Racing Purple in 4th, 3 Force Racing in 5th, with Attel Motorsport Sim Racing's 236 car in 6th. Racing Center Vibe 3 Sports Red, haven't talked much about them so far, today's in 7th, while QM Motorsports is in the 8th spot so far. And finally, for those Porsches, it has been an interesting one where Williams Esports, with Alexander Vob now behind the wheel after a driver swap, is up in the lead by 7 seconds just about over Team Hoytjeveld 301. After breaking off and away about 30 minutes ago in the first third of the racetrack, HK Racing is 22 seconds back in the 3rd spot, all the way back to the Williams Esports machine, with Zoo Drive 362 rounding out the top 4. All the way back 1 minute and 4 seconds right now is Gambalo Racing Cup, with Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports, G Temple Racing Cup, and Schubert Motorsport Sim Racing rounding out the top 8 in the class. Just 2 drivers are inside the garage area here so far tonight at the Nürburgring. Here for a beautiful race so far tonight. The sky slowly turning towards sunset here in beautiful Nürburg, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. With that, of course, let's take a quick step aside here for today's coverage of the vVLN powered by Raceunion. Let's go to a fan immersion, shall we, and look on board with your race leader right now for the GTEs. Jonas Wallmeyer currently leading the class as he tries to pull off and away. You're watching the RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network. Welcome back, everyone, to Nürburgring for more coverage of the virtual VLN powered by Raceunion. The season finale continues on here tonight here in Germany, as currently just under 3 hours to go for tonight's action. Justin Prince alongside Tobias Brockman, Hugo Wies in the director's seat, as so far we've seen drivers set the pace, set their tempo so far here tonight across this 15+ mile circuit. Right now, Jonas Wallmeyer currently leading his way in the GTE class, Michael Schulletter leading his way in the GT3 class, and Alexander Vob leading the way for the Porsche classes. But, Tobias, you have some news coming in involving some of the drivers, including one of the drivers that took a hard hit into the Armco twice over a few minutes ago.
Yeah, Lukaschek, who did the fast repair, towback and fast repair, he was just about in the penalty box doing his 5 minutes of penalty, so his fast repair is taken. That means if he crashes again big times, he has to rebuild it by its own hands, one could say. And also I have information on the Atal Motorsport Sim Racing 236 car, I think it was, to be precise. Yeah, that went into the pits right at the start, so they gridded with only 30 liters of fuel, and you need about 10 to 15 liters to do a whole lap.
And that's a crucial mistake. How do you make that kind of a mistake where you just only put 3 laps of fuel? Do you think it was a case of leaving the qualifying fuel in if that's the case?
I think so, yeah.
And that is a very big-time amount of lost time for sure. Meanwhile, trying to gain time in terms of positions is Phoenix Racing Esport Green. Martin van Ogen making the pass now for past Muka Motorsport Sim Racing's 133 machine. But look at the draft on back. We haven't seen the draft too much to defend on back. This opens up the door for the side-by-side for the position, but Phoenix Racing Esport Green is able to send it in that much more deeper on the preferred line.
Yeah, they were on the better line of this part. You really want to stick that on the right side of the road when coming to the braking zone. So another try there for Muka Motorsport. They are pushing. They're just showing that they're there, even though it didn't work out for them. The other guys just know now that they have to watch out.
Yeah, they definitely have to watch out and see what's going on and make sure you don't mess up on your strategy for sure. As again, this is the battle still shaping up for the 6th spot with Martin van Ogen trying to pull on away from that Muka Motorsport Sim Racing machine. On the bright side for Muka Motorsport Sim Racing, they basically have just about a lockdown at this point for the class. They are now in for those 3 positions for positions 7, 8, 9 on the racetrack. They've had a heck of a day.
Yeah, they're having like a current P5 overall, current Suzette P7, P8, P9. Then there's the Mercedes driving there in the GT3 class. It's on the P11 in its class respectively. I wonder why they're not yet driving in the Porsche Cup car. I did once compete one vVLN race with the Schubert Motorsport Sim Racing vVLN guys with a 330 car, where Martin Aschert is in there now, and I got to feel how the Porsche reacts on the track, and it's not easy to drive. Actually, it has the same speeds as a GT3 car has, but the handling is just, you don't have any aero on there.
Yeah, and for a lot of drivers, some of them can go back and forth, others cannot, I have to say, for some in terms of the experience. And for someone, how big is that kind of an aero that you're just discussing there in terms of how difficult it is to handle with the aero, pardon me?
I mean, you have much higher turn speeds in the GT3 or even GTE class than you have in the Porsche. I mean, on the straights you can almost overtake GT3 cars, but then you have to brake very hard. For example, a turn like Schwedenkreuz, where the road just drops under your feet, under your tires. With the GT3 cars, if you take the right line, you can just keep the pedal to the metal, and with the Porsches you have to do trail braking at least, and that the car keeps under control and doesn't understeer into the wall.
Yeah, you don't want to have that understeer situation for sure, and for some of these drivers now, they're starting to get where they're bouncing off the walls. Well, it's pretty soon here. We've seen a few of those incidents so far, and you don't want to join that list like some of the drivers that are starting to get repairs, like that 311 machine that's just pulled up into the pits. We'll get to you as soon as we can for the kind of a situation, as you can see. Just a couple cars overall, though, are now still sitting in the pits. A few drivers have used the quick repairs so far, but it's just, for a majority of the drivers, they've been able to keep the cars clean for the most part, other than a few drivers so far, I have to say.
Yeah, it's the 111, 327, 333, and the 221. These three cars, they took fast repairs. That's Artal, Alpine Eagle Racing, German Sim Racing, Orange, of course, and Progressive Sim Racing. So apart from that, most of them are driving pretty clean, and not even in fighting with other people, but also fighting with the track, which is really against all the drivers. It just wants to throw them off guard.
Yeah, it absolutely can throw you off guard for sure. And now, for some of these drivers, if you're thrown off guard, it's hard to keep the rhythm potentially too. And for some of them, they need to start getting said rhythm together, because a lot of drivers are starting to spread on out. That one lockup you might have just noticed with the puff of smoke coming from the right front of the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing 133. Lost him about a couple tenths to Ben and Objen, just in fact right now, as they start to close back into lap traffic of Hardenberg round.
Yeah, of Hardenberg, and as I see, they did not yet do the driver change. I think they're now 3.5 laps on their current stint. It doesn't seem like a lot, but you have to remember it's 24 kilometers, over 14 miles of the track here, and laps don't fly by that quickly. And that's also something you have to account for.
Yeah, you absolutely have to, and we talked about having to keep that focus for the big picture a little bit before, and for some, when you're seeing that carrot on a stick, so to speak, just pull on away, it's kind of hard to remember that sort of big picture, even though there's still 2 hours and 37 minutes to go at times, you think?
I mean, yeah, it's just... Oh, was it an overtake or a lap car?
I believe that is lap traffic, indeed, that we're seeing on your screen in terms of some of the Porsches, if I believe I'm seeing what we're exactly seeing. In fact, that was Hardenberg that they would pass by in lap traffic before the carousel. But to get back to that, seeing the drivers pulling away, plus having the lap traffic to deal with, do you think it affects some of the focus part of me, if you get what I'm trying to get saying here?
I mean, but focusing is the thing that you really have to literally focus on, as we see the sun glaring on the roads here at the Nürburgring. It's getting dark soon. It's already 8 p.m. instant time, and we have someone waiting for an interview. That's Josh Rogers from the Coanda SimSport number 108 car that is just about in the waiting room.
Yes, indeed. Right now, we're talking about Coanda SimSport a little bit before today. They're in the 3rd spot right now in the GTE class. If we can bring Josh Rogers right on into the broadcast booth for today's action here, as currently we'll have him in just a moment. But their team right now with Mitchell DeYoung, if we can go to that number 108 machine, has had a heck of a performance today. Josh Rogers now joined us here in the broadcast booth on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Esports Network. Josh, how are you today?
Hey guys, how you going? A little bit tired, early wake up, but look, can't say I'm not looking forward to racing some Nürburgring at night.
Yes, and one of the first times, in fact, that there's a big opportunity for a major event like this, as your driver nearly sends it wide, locking up the tires a bit. But to get to the race itself so far, how do you feel as a team member about how your team overall has been doing, running up in the top 3 since the drop of the green flag, and more than 30 seconds away from the next driver for position on back?
Yeah, Mitchell's been doing a really good job. There was a few little mistakes in the first stint, but on a track like this, that's inevitable. But yeah, no, he's doing a brilliant job. Hopefully we can just get to the night safely, and we'll see where it takes us.
And talk about the strategy for your team for today, of course, as you mentioned, going into the night. And that could be become a huge more factor when the daylight goes down and the track temperatures go down. What's your strategy as a team to adjust for that kind of situation as we look at some of the tight battling up on your screen?
Honestly, I don't think it'll be too much different to what we're doing now. I think with GTE at the moment, it's fairly straightforward with the strategy, having tyres done at the same time as fuel. So I don't think necessarily the track temperature dropping is going to affect that too much. I guess your consistency over the stint should be a little bit greater, considering you know, there's no like the sun's not going to move beyond the clouds on you, so the track temp should be a bit more consistent, but I don't think it'll drop too much more from where it is. But yeah, I think the strategy will just be try and run the fuel out, get to the hour, get it as long as you can, and see where it goes.
See where it goes indeed right now. Track temp, by the way, 19 degrees Celsius, 67 degrees Fahrenheit. But to get to that right now, Mitchell DeYoung currently double stacking in terms of driver stint. What are the plans in terms of who's going to drive the car for the rest of the race, as your next pit stop is, give or take, about at least around 20 minutes away, give or take?
Yeah, so I'll double stint it to the end. Assuming we can get to the end of this hour, we should be okay to do that. Maybe there could be a little bit of fuel saving involved, which could make the race a bit interesting and spice it up, but yeah, we'll see what happens when we get there. But yeah, I'll be double stinting to the end.
Okay, and what's your confidence level in terms of the track? How much work have you, and really how much work have you put to prepare for this kind of a race, for how competitive this series is?
Yeah, we've definitely put in a lot of effort for this over the last few days. I think for me at least, the Nürburgring's a track where I've got reasonable confidence levels. Obviously, it's quite a daunting circuit being so long, and sometimes you can even forget where you're going. But yeah, I think you know, we should be okay, assuming that we can get through this thing cleanly and deal with the lap traffic effectively. Hopefully, we can be in a position to fight at the end.
Okay, for sure. Is there anything else you want to mention before they let you get focused in for your stint? I guess that answers the question.
Sorry. Yeah, just enjoy the rest of the broadcast, guys. It was fun.
Thank you very much. Josh Rogers for VRS Colena SimSport for the number 108 machine, going to be running the final 2-hour stint in the GTE class. Thank you very much for the time.
No worries, my pleasure.
And speaking of someone that's not going to be pleased, you can see German Sim Racing on your screen just gave a bit of a door bang in their class battle right now. Able to get the pass, but didn't make it cleanly, to say the very least, with the door bang.
And they got a slide as well before they got held up a little bit by the Schubert Motorsport Porsche Cup car as you were taking the interview, and they already switched positions there. So this thing is going back and forth again, but we saw the 46 car having some issues there with grip levels already.
And while teams like VRS Colena is not concerned, teams like that starting to get a little bit of grip, and it's right now with these tires shouldn't be as drastic, of course, with tires such as these for these cars, but in other series earlier this week we've seen on different broadcasts, when there's dramatic temperature swings, the handling of the car can change that much for a stint.
I mean, we've seen it on oval racing just, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago. That one was casting as well, and it took into account every cloud that came in and just overcast, and that cooled the track down. Of course, you got a lot more grip, but it was going into the middle of the day, so now you have the vice versa. The track is getting cooler instead of getting hotter, so that's also maybe just the changes of grip. Then you have to account for tire pressure changes in the pits as well.
You definitely have to, for sure, as S-Drive Motorsport tries to put themselves into the drive gear and pull on away from the position and try and seal up that pass, as you continue to see them trying to sort that out, slowly pulling on away, in fact, now despite the said grip level issues for the slight time being. And again, this position battle for these two teams rather, they're trying to settle themselves and pull on away for the track around the top 10 right now. Currently running in 6th gear as they go up and down the hills once again. pardon me, 13th in class rather.
Yeah, this is the part Schwedenkreuz where we now are. You see the little bump you have on the when you turn left. This is the part where GTE cars or even GT3 cars with the right lines can just plow through, and where your rear gets really unstable if you stay on the brakes or just get off the gas, because it's just weight shifting in the car that affects it so much that you can either understeer out of the track or just overdo it and then oversteer out of the track.
Yeah, and you still follow along with German Sim Racing. Their team in general has also had a very productive day so far, as they try and focus back on the back doorstep of, say, S-Drive Motorsport. Fabian Alexander Buller's driving that car up in front. Driving the car here on board is Stefan Kruskowski. As they now have to potentially work with in-class traffic. Remember that GT Temple Racing car that we've seen before, that red and blue machine? They gotta have to deal with them now. This could close the battle right on back up.
Yeah, we had this situation with the Cup car just before with the Schubert Motorsport car on the last lap. Now this time around, it's the just mentioned GT Temple car. So this one is going to be interesting again, as we see the S-Drive car passing safely just before Erseifen, which is a pretty hard braking point, as you can see, locking up of S-Drive over there.
But S-Drive still was able to get, I think, a better entry because they were able to take to the bottom line quicker than German Sim Racing. But you can see trying to still fall on them back, still a ways to go in this race for them, under 2.5 hours to go. But it's been another good race overall for German Sim Racing that we talked about currently. Right now, the German Sim Racing white team has been up at the front in second since undercutting. The purple team is currently in fourth, and then you have this position battle with their GTE entry where they're trying to gain some time and possibly get a top 10.
And this looks very promising, looking at the speed. And now the Kensington section again, about kilometer 12 and 11. It has just have so much draft going into the mood curve. We've seen overtakes over there before, as you mentioned, the chicken game. You can only overtake here if both parties play the right game.
And it looks like neither of them are going to play that set game right now, as they work their way through the beautiful sunset, work their way through the forest, and up towards the next section of the racetrack. Very tight right-hander coming up here, as they'll try and ride their way towards the curves, which Schukowski trying to gain the time on back. He is in the prime position, though, to draft down the long straight down Otisbach as they work their way through the carousel now.
And I've just seen a moment now on the Döttinger Höhe, you don't have to switch to that, but the max speed of that Mücke Motorsport Porsche was just 270 in kph, or maybe 276 now from the Ferrari in the draft. But actually, Alexander Voss in the Williams eSport Cup car, he just drove away doing 280.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that on your screen there. That again is Williams eSports. That is absolutely dominating the class at this point of the race. Now having some helping the draft, in fact, of this battle for position. This is 8th and 9th on the racetrack for the GTE class, with Tony Lusch trying to close back in with Bernd Gertzko as they're going to let him on in. Alexander Voss going to move up to the left side. Instead, cuts to the right side, as now it looks like something going on with the Mücke Motorsport Sim Racing 122, who's now in the pits with some left front damage. Unless we're seeing something else here, unless the pit window is a little bit earlier opened up here.
I don't think so. It looks like they're fixing some damage over there, because they're already in the pits. Oh, I think they just left it right now, because it says 50.9 seconds, so that might sound like fuel and some repairs probably, but staying on the same tires. Now it says 1 minute 10, 1 minute 12, so they probably changed the tires as well as doing damage, or just fuel and damage. But when you change your tires, you can also take some optional repairs.
It looks like there was some contact with the wall. They also have a driver's change with Christian Schwartner, as we still look at that battle for position that we were talking about. Now, between those two, between German Sim Racing and S-Drive Motorsport. We haven't talked really at all about S-Drive Motorsport, or despite being as far back as they are 13th in the class right now for the GTE class, they've put together some decent times here and there, and are still, if there's anything that happens on the track, and gain of a little time potentially, and maybe move into a top 10 if there's some bad luck for our drivers.
I mean, looking at the best lap time, it was about 0.8 of a second faster, their best lap compared to German sim racing right now. And if I see correctly, those are the last cars of the GTE in the lead lap right now.
Yes, right now in terms of the leader for the GT class, he's a half a track away from them. And Wallmeyer right now still looking at the battle though for second. It's been a quiet day at times for the GT3s, but now they woke back up as Nürburgring has closed back up to Medina, and they're side by side working them down the Annesbach. Nürburgring able to make the pass, and he's going to get the spot, moving his way up into second in the class for the GT3.
What a drag race we've just seen there between the Mercedes and the BMW. Of course, the BMW Z4 having a shorter wheelbase can take the corners a little bit better, but the straight line speed of the Mercedes is just a slightly bit better than the BMW's, and the BMW is taking it into the pits.
So pit window opened up here, going for the undercut, in fact. Remember, Medina went for a double stack for tires, so that machine you see in Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow will stay on the racetrack for at least one more time around the circuit.
And they changed tires last time around, so it looks like they're gonna double stack right now for this time around.
And also in the pits right now, Team Hoinchebel #1, making their first driver swap of the night. Gunnar Mietzen, pardon me, into the stalls. Thank you very much. Mietzen up on the jacks right now and changing tires for Team Hoinchebel.
Yes, and Gunnar Mietzen also is one of the guys that puts a lot of effort in here. He's preparing the hosted sessions. He's kind of I think a race control leader as well. So he's now given up his job, bringing it back to the others, as we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 race control connections in the race control room here. And now Gunnar Mietzen, who also competed in the top split of the 24-hour special event that they had here on the iRacing service. So he's a very, very fast driver apparently, otherwise he wouldn't be in that team.
Yeah, very fast, and was also in fact in charge of the drivers meeting today. I'll be quite honest, my German is not up to snuff. I think I understood 2 words in total, but I think it was those words as Mietzen. Apologies for those that might take offense, but still, Mietzen can still try and close up a lot of time. He was still the leader of the class. He's up and back and forth right now, but there are some drivers trying the overcut that we didn't see that much in the last cycle.
Yeah, looking at it right now, we're 5.2 laps already, Mike Nürnberg, so he must come around now for fuel. But I think the undercut might work, especially on this track, as we see more traffic happening beyond. Now, this car on your screen is the GT3 car of Medina, if I'm right. Oh no, sorry, Lila, Alexander Lila right now in the car of German Sim Racing Purple, is it correct?
Yes, indeed, this is Alexander Lila, I think you're, in fact, that is Lila. Who you were looking at was Mike Nürnberg, who is part of the undercut. He is currently the race leader, apologies for that, as he is currently in that red, white, and black machine, still trying to go out for one more time. And he's shown a lot of pace, and they were very close before, but now this is, I think, maybe his shot of maybe trying to get back up to the gap maybe at this point. The amount of time lost in the second stint especially.
Seeing that they have a gap right now of 18.7 seconds, and that's getting closer now, it's 18.68. And but looking at the lap times, the best lap was a 7:40.41.47, and he managed to do a 7:44.888 on like 50% used tires. So like he changed the tires for the last stint. So this is the end of the first stint, of course. But he's still doing 7:44s, and where German Sim Racing Purple on the last lap only put out a 7:48. So there's a 4-second difference from lap times.
And here is that difference there in terms of some of the times, I believe, here on your screen, with the 7:45 dropping down to 7:44s in the past couple laps. Compared to Lila, 3 to 5 seconds faster per lap. That is a heck of a lot of time, picking up almost 20 seconds now to the next driver trying the overcut.
Thinking of GP track's length, that would be 1 second per 5 kilometers about.
That's a heck of an amount of time to try and pick back up, but at that point, you gotta think, is it down to the car slash tires, or do you think it's more to the driver, or that is helping push the pace that consistent, like Mike Nürnberg is doing right now compared to Alexander Lilla?
Thinking of that Zork Esports has the engineers helping out with the setups, and seeing that they both change tires, I think it's either a driver's thing or also maybe including a setup thingy, that the car of Mike Nürnberg is just a little bit more stable on the track and just easier for him to get a faster pace.
Potentially there, as you can still follow along with Lilla right now in the second spot for right now on the track, as he still cycles on around. It's a different strategy though to his teammates, I have to say, because as the white entry had double stacked the tires, and the purple entry did not follow that same strategy to try and pick up the time, and now you're seeing some of those differences here from what each of those teams seem to be planning to do here. They're not working in sync like some teams may do.
Yeah, indeed. And what I still think was important is you still have to watch out for everything, since I've seen that there are some penalties going around just before, for example, driving back to the track, or like not a yellow or blue flag, because with yellow flags here, they're just local. We don't have a full course caution, of course, because taking all the cars together would take a huge amount of time. So that might be just something that you want to regard, and that was the car number 199. And that car is all the way back, and I think, I'm not sure if it's still driving. No, it's not. It's already a long time in the pits, as I've seen it right now. So that race was over for them altogether, so they don't have to do that penalty anymore.
Yeah, that was at the 44 minutes in mark, I believe, there, as you now look at battle for 5th for the GT3s. That's slowly starting to separate back out with Racing Center, Vive 3 Sports Red. Again, we haven't talked much about this team really at all today so far. They're currently in a decent strategy situation with them. This is right now Attel Racing that the focus is on in the green and white car that's up in the middle of your screen right now. But it was one of those teams we kind of discussed, I think, a tiny touch in the upcoming days before today's event.
Yeah, just a little bit, and it was that car, if I remember right, that also had the problems with the fuel. So it was very good for them now to get back up onto P6.
Yeah, and how difficult it is to try and gain back as much time as they might have lost there. Their win having to go immediately right back into the pits after a mistake like that.
I mean, that feels, I think, if I would be at the wheel of that one, noticing, oh my gosh, I forgot to put that fuel in the car, I think the pressure here in this case helps them drive the car even more faster, push it beyond its limits almost, but still staying in the lines. I mean, look at it, he's just pushing very close to the curbs, not touching them, and it looks like a pretty perfect line at the moment.
Meanwhile, pit stop window is open right now. Multiple drivers are starting to come on into the pits. Warren Heinrich has just gone in and out for Williams Esports, making the driver swap Williams Esports for each stint so far on the track. So he's back into the car after a quick stint. Also, it looks like S-Drive Motorsport, we remember talking about them a bit before the battle around for about P8 before. They're now sitting in the pits after significant damage, it looks like, to their left front. So drivers are starting to duck in for one reason or another now.
Yeah, and as I said, it's happening now where the first push, the first push of adrenaline is over. You start to make just errors because of maybe concentration issues.
Yeah, and I think in the case of this machine you see here, it's S-Drive Motorsports sitting up in front of now Mike Nürnberg, who is now in the pits for Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow, off and away. He stays in the car for a third stint of the race now. So he still has that little bit of damage on his GT3. Remember, he was a part of the undercuts, but right now I believe he's just picked up did not pick up as much time I think as he needed there. but he's in the very least a comfortable top 5 position, just falling in behind Team Poincheveld, I believe, in fact, on the racetrack right now.
It's the 288 car, that's the GT3, he's in front of the Team Heusingfeld.
Pardon me, front of him, pardon me, there. Here, in front of indeed, you can see there, so he passed Team Poincheveld on the racetrack, but there's still a couple other drivers attempting that undercut. Apologies there, I believe, or at least has gained a bit of time there, like German Sim Racing Purple and 3/4 Racing are still up in front of them with a fair decent amount of time, not major amount of time, but give or take out 10 seconds in, pardon me, 6 seconds officially on the racetrack right now.
But also don't forget, the Team Heusingfeld, they are on literally new tires. They took tires and fuel, whereas Mike Nürnberg only put in 20 seconds of stop time. That means fuel only, and he's on 5 to 6 lap old tires. That means that Heusingfeld has more grip than he, and Mike Nürnberg has a little bit to stretch them out over the whole stint. So that might be an issue for him, and I think Gunnar Miesen is going to close up pretty quickly, as you can see right here.
Yeah, now looking at a replay here, this is going to look back to Miesen, I believe, right? In fact, here in terms of what you've seen closing back on him and really gained time, but hit the wall, in fact. Look at that little puff that went up on the right front. That is why we're showing that replay there. So he did damage the hood a bit more so for Team Poincheveld.
That's a little bit unfortunate, because every single hit you take affects your aerodynamics. That will break you on the Döttinger Höhe. Just 2 or 3 kph make the difference here, and that will mean no longer in the draft, but more or less lost behind.
Yeah, a little bit more damage to tally on to some of the beating and banging on that Team Poincheveld Mercedes. As you can see, just a little bit of how it's affected, slight touch of how much he's losing in a straight line now, just like that on your screen.
Yeah, and you see them touching the brakes just slightly to bring down the speeds a little bit, to keep on close on the line, having a better braking point on that side, and then going up the Fuchsröhre, which is also pretty awesome driving that. Imagine with like 220 to 250 kph, I think, but driving over the blind corner to the left into the Adenauer Forst.
Yeah, and right now trying to go up towards that said blind corner. No one on the other side of the blind corner, thankfully, yet. But on the other side of this hill, they're going to say hello to Gumball Racing Cup, who is currently in lap traffic that they're about to approach right at the top side of your screen. And this is starting to reach another train of Porsche Cup cars right in front of them. This is 5th for the class for Gumball Racing Cup, by the way. That is currently about to be passed on by for this battle for position.
Yes, they keep racing as the sun slowly really sets now at the hills of the Eifel area. We're having 20:29 in-game time now, or 8:29 p.m. The sun will set, like really set at about like in 45 minutes latest, and then it's getting really dark, since the finish will be at around 10:30.
And I wonder how Hugo's prepared for when the finish goes to darkness. The Grand Prix area, I believe, is split up for the start and finish, but it's going to get interesting for the rest of the areas. Meanwhile, interesting battle for P7 for the GT3s. Pardon me, lights are not on for the Grand Prix, pardon me, as Mukai Motorsport Sim Racing holds on to his teammate right now. Ben Gurel trying to hose up on Tony Lurich right now on the track right now. And they got some help by the driver that you can see pitting in the Porsche right on the left side, right side rather. So this has closed them up on in for the battle for position between teammates, as they'll go near side by side. In fact, try and battle on the right side of the racetrack. He's going to just take on the spot, it looks like. In fact, nearly tapping each other, the teammates. That's not something you want to see if you're a teammate. But now, that orange and white machine able to make the pass.
Yeah, that's definitely true. With the amount of motorsport cars in that race here, there is a high chance you're going to meet your colleagues or your teammates at one point of the race.
Yeah, and I think it's not the best thing to make contact with a teammate in those kind of a situation here as you look towards the front stretch. Again, full track not lit up for tonight, so it's going to get very interesting when they head down this front stretch as the lights go on. as you can see the sun just about out over the skyline here for tonight's action.
And especially with the total dark track, the start-finish line totally dark, since the Nürburgring didn't install their light system yet. I think they didn't pay the rent for the energy yet, for electric bill.
Yeah, electricity is expensive, but you gotta say it's an absolutely beautiful view that we're seeing here. Lush, beautiful trees, the water over top towards the side. And then you have the cars zooming their way through the said racetrack that's set in the middle of this beautiful landscape and trying to sort themselves out on the racetrack and try and prepare themselves together. Let's look at the preparations for the battle for P3. As Sorg runs toward Esports Yellow with Mike Nürburg still trying to hold off over Meeson by 0.45 seconds rather. Half a second difference between the two of them right now. As the question is now, that front hood damage, will that become a bit as big of a factor during their next run through the slalom straight through Audensbach, as they're just about to do in the next couple moments?
I think just now where he's following him and staying in the draft, or in German the Windschatten as we say it, it's not yet of an issue, but the moment he's pulling out of that, that could break him enough to just stay side by side and not even getting past his rear fender. So I think that's going to be interesting. And Gunnar Meeson, he's not liking that situation right now because he's sitting on brand new tires and there's a crash! Oh my gosh! The car just crashed. That was the Sorg Esports yellow car of Matt Nürnberg, who got the turn wrong, I guess, through this little carousel.
Look at this on the replay. Works his way. Yeah, he hit that transition. We talked about the how important the one line was on the carousel because the banking. And he hit the lip of the banking at the end of the carousel to send him around and severely damage his car.
Yeah, I mean, you have the big carousel, which is a U-turn, and then you have this little one, as they call it, little carousel. And when you have to watch out, there's just one line that you can possibly take, and it was very close not to have crashed the other car there while reversing. You see him just too early getting there, because the car jumps a little bit, and then he just loses the stability, weight shifts around, and the car flies into the Armco.
And that is very huge for them. Top three for a majority of the day. Now the whole front end of the car is demolished as we now look at the battles for position still between those Muka Motorsports Sim Racing teammates that have been taking place basically all day so far. All night rather so far between some of these teammates across the racetrack.
Yeah, so again with a cozy afternoon, gridding all up, and then just the start, which worked perfectly in the GTE and in the GT3, apart from one guy who didn't take enough fuel with him. And then the Cup cars came around the first turn, and they messed up a little bit in turn one losing it, then getting pushed a little bit. And that Schubert Motorsport car just stopping some inches at the rear of the other car without hitting it. I think that was a heart attack moment for all of them.
I think it was an absolute heart attack. When you see a car spinning in front of you, a lot of people probably panic. Meanwhile, the GT3, the drivers that remember talked about undercutting. 3-Force Racing and German Sim Racing Purple in and out of the pits with Patrick Maurice still in the car. Christian Bug is now in 3-Force Racing's car. As the action still unfolds on the screen, you continue to see them just shape themselves up at this point. I tried to touch upon it a bit before. This whole team has been really having a heck of a day, especially, do you feel more it's been, not to put a bit of a grudge between rival cars, the orange and black cars having a stronger run than the pink machines, or is it the other way around here? Not to sound a bit overbearing here.
I'm not too sure about all that. Every driver is putting up a good job around here. This time by, as it gets dark and dark, and you can see the glow of the headlights already coming. For the drivers, this is now the central part. Remember your braking points. Remember everything where you have to stop, and because when it's night, you don't see the brake markers as good if you just put them on the track and not at the side of the track.
Yep, exactly right now, and that's going to get interesting when the brake marks get together. Now you're looking at Moda Sim Racing's number 2 entry, the 160 oval car number rather, as their Ferrari tries to close up in on a Porsche. That is Tony Lewich, who is up in front of them for P7. that leads up the next position where you have Giggle, pardon me, he up in the front for Muka Motorsport Sim Racing for the 155 car. So this is starting to get towards another battle for another train starting to form up between these guys now, possibly.
Yeah, and as we are at the wheel with Uwe Lenger right here in the 160 Mercedes Sim Racing car, which we didn't have too much screen time, and he's doing a decent job. And there is traffic coming up in front, I guess, which is a an okay position to meet traffic just before that little carousel where they lost it before. So you can go from the outside, but he's just saying, no, I take the inside here. And the Porsche reacted in the right way, just bailing out and going to the to the right side, sorry.
And then nearly pushed Alpine Eagle Racing off the racetrack, hitting the grass with Eric Hefner, and now we got a bottle up for a possible pass. Tony Lulich can't get by Hafner. He's getting a bit upset, moves to the left side, closes back in now, as now here comes Langer. He's going to make it near 3 wide, in fact, to the start of the Arnsbach straight, as now Langer able to take advantage of the bad time to reach the back of Hafner, who, remember, they have similar speeds between these two classes at times. Hafner, in fact, is able to launch right on by Langer, so they're going to keep on being held up now by the Alpine Eagle Racing machine.
Yeah, and he did the right thing with his Ferrari just to put him again in front of that Porsche, because if Tony Loesch got the sorry, not Tony Loesch, yeah, no, it was Loesch. If he could get into the draft again of the Ferrari, there would have been enough space without that Cup car. There would have been enough space to just redo that and re-overtake him, as they now had for the next pit stop.
And I don't blame them here, being held up and losing a lot of time, in fact, to the back of Eric Hafner there for that total group that we're showing, Lulich and Langer now, as the both of them all come in fact, all three of the drivers we talked about now into the pits after dealing with significant lap traffic from the Porsche Cup class.
Okay, so we have now 5 cars into the pits. Muka Motorsport Sim Racing 133, they are leaving. Same thing as Phoenix Racing Esports Green. They already left the pit lane, and it looks like Phoenix Racing Esports Green. Either the stop time isn't correct, but 1 minute 9 for the whole thing. Looks like they took tires as well, or they had a problem. I'm not certainly sure, because normally you would have 35 to 40 seconds of stop time.
And they come right out behind Hans Braun right now, the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing 133, as I think he just mentioned there. So taking the tires there, trying to go for the 10 tires. And if they decide to double stint for some of these drivers, as you see now, some changes to drivers, in fact, such as Michael Bolster-Warwick and Niels Burdick now behind the wheel of their respective Muka Motorsport Sim Racing cars. They could be in a decent situation here, do you think, to double stack to the finish, you think?
I think that would be the most perfect situation to finish this season right here, to have 2 cars double stacking to the finish. But I'm not sure. What was going on with that Porsche? I think he almost forgot to brake for that turn, locking up twice.
Yeah, and that's not going to help those tires a little bit. They're locking up the brakes a slight touch. As you can see, following along with Niels Bendick currently in the 8th spot on the track, and losing some time to the cars up in front for the time being. Again, pit window is open, 2 hours just above that mark to go in the virtual vVLN powered by Raceunion so far. Pure Racing Team, Team Hoitcheveld 1, and Williams Esports have dominated their respective classes so far today. And for Pure Racing Team, since pulling away after the first pit stops in the GTE class, he's just absolutely checked on out. No one else has seemed to come close to them. Each driver 14 seconds apart in the top 3.
Yeah, that's a huge gap, and if they keep on driving like this, I think it's a safe win if they don't crash it or bin it somewhere.
Here's the thing. You don't want to risk binning it there as he gets held up by traffic. That's going to lose him a couple tenths there, but could potentially gain it up back quickly once he gets the clean air. But with 2 hours to go even, why don't we quickly run down the field at this point, just before or the pit window here for some of these drivers as they continue to make things interesting here for this race. currently top 8 as they run Pure Racing Team, Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue, VRS Co-Ena Simsport 108 with Phoenix Racing Esport Orange inside the top 4. Minute 12 separate the top 4 in total, from first to fourth rather. Then 3 minutes back, you got the Muka Motorsport gain of the 133, the 155, and their yellow entry with Modus Sim Racing 2. 4 minutes behind in the top 5. Pardon me, top 8. That is a lot of time falling on back on the racetrack for the time being after pitting in a few minutes ago. Then you have the GT3 class on the racetrack, where it's been Team Hointjeveld who's been able to dominate for the time being. Currently leading by now 23 seconds, with Sorg Esports Yellow currently scored in second in the 288. Then you have the German Sim Racing White and Purple cars, who are in third and fourth respectively. Then past the minute mark, you have 3-4 Racing, as well as Eto Motorsports Sim Racing, Racing Center Vibe 3 Sports Red, and QM Motorsports, all within 2 seconds back in the top 8. Then there's the Williams Esports Domination Show. 17 seconds now for them, as they now have Laren Henrik currently pulling on away from Team Hointjeveld 301. After being up and close with them and HK Racing Team since making the pass down the Oddisbach about 30-40 minutes into the race, they pulled on away 50 seconds back to third with Zoo Drive 362, 2 minutes and 10 seconds back. That is astronomical for this kind of a race. Then you have Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports, followed by G Temple Racing Cup. And rounding out the top 8, you have the recovery drive of Alpine Eagle Racing, 6.5 seconds back, just in front of Red Bull Racing by Joseph, a team that we have mentioned maybe once before that moment. And because of some attrition, now in the top 8 and looking to try and move up and gain those points. Again, those are the top 8 as they run with under 2 hours to go, with the sun settling on down here at Nürburgring. And quickly speaking of recovery drives, remember the incident that we talked about with Epic Sim Racing Red? They are still a lap down, 24th overall, but they've been able to move their way back up to 12th after some of the stuff going on with a couple of drivers and showing some decent pace to gain back some of the time.
I mean, they definitely can drive. We've seen that before. But it was just this unfortunate incident that they had and these awful long towing times that you get on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I mean, it's 25, almost 25 kilometers or over 14 miles, I think it was in miles. And the track temps at the moment, by the way, they're not dropping anymore at the moment. You have winds of 16 kph, which might be hard on some parts of the track. It's coming from north. But 19 degrees of track temp, we had that now for at least 45 minutes. That should be about, how many Fahrenheit is it, 68?
66 in fact right now Fahrenheit. It's Phoenix Racing Esport Orange has just pit in for the GTEs. In fact, had to pit on top of somebody's car, as Kevin Volk is now going to come in for their team. We talked about them a bit before, but still, you have to say, the temperature's not dropping as drastically as some might think. Again, the sun is still out. It's not pitch black like it will possibly be for the finish of this race. So it's not like it's, okay, there's no sun out, it's going to now get freezing cold outside, you need to put on a pair of gloves.
And it's going to be interesting for us as well while we try to watch the action on the track, because as it's getting darker you just see schemes of the cars. I mean, the GT3 cars, they have their positioning on the windshield at least a little bit, and of course we have the race overlay working a great job of guiding us where is who and who is where. But the on-track image is going to be interesting with all the lights going on, especially the GTE cars who are made for endurance. They will show a pretty nice light show.
I think they definitely will for sure. The lights are starting to turn on, in fact, on some of these cars, such as the one you see on your screen that you can see. I believe this is, in fact, yes, indeed, Philip Sudbach on your screen right now with the lights on the front. So drivers are starting to turn them on, and iRacing said themselves, when the lights are not on the racetrack, if there is not lights on, it will get near pitch black. on the racetrack by the time nighttime comes.
And we will drive into the nighttime as we're still having 8:46 p.m. Sun totally settling behind all the crests you probably could find around this racetrack. Should be around 9:30. If you say, let's say 9:30. I always get mixed up with those times in English. And it should be pitch black by 10:17 in sim time. So we will be driving at around 10:45 for the finish. And then, of course, you still have cars like almost a lap behind, but not that much. So they still have to drive another 8 minutes into the pitch black Nürburgring. And it's going to be very, very interesting, especially for those drivers who didn't try it out yet. But I think nobody didn't. But it's a new experience for everyone, so it can mix up everything again.
It can definitely mix it up, especially when there's cars around you, when there's no lights on the track, for sure. As you look at the angles above the large carousel, I believe they're entering here, going around and turning the high, hard bend here currently. Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue still in second with VRS Koana Simsport, trying to track them back down way on back on the racetrack still. You know, with Joshua K. Rogers in the cars. Oh, outs right now so far. Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue has not made a single driver change. Only driver in the top 3 to stay so far for the entire race so far.
Yeah, maybe it's their fastest ever on the car, and they're gonna change it afterwards. As I'm looking through the rules of the team racing, and I think they have a fair share as I'm looking here, right? Yeah, it looks like, yeah, they have a fair share of this fair share rule of drivers. So you have to have your co-driver have a decent amount in the car.
And right now, Carly, in fact, is the only driver for a specific team in the session for the time being, but that doesn't mean they're hiding in the garage area they're hiding in the garage area rather so far and waiting for their stints. So probably waiting for the perfect time. There is still at least one more pit stop on the calendar for them. Now looking back again, Epic Sim Racing Red, they're still trying to close back on in for track time. They're catching up to 19th overall on the racetrack. That is QM Motorsports, a GT3 that they're trying to catch up and overtake right now on the racetrack. So they're trying to gain some overall points now to try and recover, because we talked about some of the points before. Epic Sim Racing Red was in 6th heading into today.
And yeah, that's true. They had on the overall standings, they had a gap of 6.36 seconds to the lead. And depending on where they end, they could get enough to just jump up at least maybe two places. If we look where, for example, Alpine Eagle is in their class.
Yeah, Alpine Eagle, remember, had a very rough day at the start of the day, and now they are still 35th overall, but they're still around the top 10 in terms of reference points for that. But we could potentially see them getting lapped. You're still falling on board with the, I believe, in fact, still in fact is the Epic Sim Racing machine. Still being driven now by Robert Lojdak right now. Still trying to drive that red and camouflage Ferrari with the Epic Sim Racing branding along with United Labels just above the famous yellow and black Ferrari badge with the horse.
Yeah, we have some GTE cars, not all of them GT3 cars. So you can race the Ferrari and the Porsche GTE, of course. The Ford is not included since we're having a 6-car limit. Then there is the, I think just the Ford isn't being taken. Oh, as there was a huge slide for the GT Tempo car, almost hitting the Racing Center Vibe Sports red car here. That tries to follow Arton Motorsport Sim Racing in front, and they lost almost a whole second from that maneuver.
And now it's getting to where, okay, you can afford to be patient in the early run. How do you keep that patience now, knowing that there's not a lot of time to make the pass overall? Remember, it's about 7 to 8 minutes per lap to get around this racetrack. It's not a lot of time to try and work with. Maybe under 15, 20 laps in total around the circuit.
Yeah, and you just have your 4 or 5 on the Nordschleife, on the GP track. Of course, you have more opportunities for overtaking. And then you have this huge draft, of course, down the Döttinger Höhe, which is about 3 km long. And but still, they lost, still losing a lot of time here, going back 1.5 even, when before they had 0.5 of a second gap here.
And right now, again, battle for 6 still on your screen, still shaping up, a lot of time being lost. Right now, the top 5 for their class, Team Pointcheveld, Sorg, Rennsport Esports Yellow, German Sim Racing with their 2 entries, the white and purple cars, and 3 Force Racing up in front of them that are still ways up the road. Still trying to sort things out together with them. Meanwhile, getting back to the patience with lap traffic, probably the most impatient I think I've seen, no offense to the driver of Pure Racing Team, the overall race leader for GTEs, Patrick Christoph Moser took over for that car or on the last pit stop. And each time he's reached the lap car, it's nearly running to the back end. He's still gaining time though at times. Lost 2 seconds on lap 16. Gained 0.6 back though when he got clean air on lap 17.
Yeah, I mean, he's really going for it. He just wants to push even more and more, even though he has 12 seconds of a gap to Philipp Südberg, but he's still trying to push as fast as he can. And I think there is the GT Tempo car again that had this that drift moment over there, as we see some flames coming out of that Ferrari.
I can't tell if that's figuratively or literally the flames, but right now you can tell he's got a heck of a run together. But the traffic is starting to build up, because he was up to as high as 15 seconds. He's down to just an 11-second lead because of lap traffic in part, and reaching them just like this, where he has so much speed compared to drivers like the GT Tempo Racing Cup car by Florian Buscher, and it just holds you up in terms of the time that we talked about a bit.
I mean, we've seen the GT Cup car being awesome on the straights, not having that acceleration of the GTE cars, but the top end speed, the VMAX is a little bit higher, about 10 kph higher, I think it was, or 5 to 10. But, you know, the turn speeds, like going through these turns, going through these twists, especially here in Hudson-Bach, the GTE cars are just so much faster as we are watching the Sorg esports machine here.
Now looking at the VRS Koana Sim Sport 108 once again with Joshua K. Rogers. Mentioned him once before. He's driving this car to the finish after the first 2 hours by Mitchell de Jong, and they are still 30 seconds back. So while Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue was gaining time, they haven't gained any time. They've just stabilized the time in terms of the track.
Yeah, I mean, they totally do. They stabilize it. They might not get faster or slower, but stabilizing is one thing that you really need here at the Nordschleife. Is you see the car getting a little bit of air here at the Flugplatz, and then you have to nail these turns here around.
And for live timing, perfect time to mention this, as mentioned, Sim Racing Deutschland currently doing their own coverage right now for the German language with more than 100 viewing alongside the English coverage here today on the iRacing Sports Network. Live timing and scoring is also being provided by them today. As you can see on the link above, visit http://simracing-deutschland.de/live-timing/. And you gotta say, when it comes to this series, it has a heck of a community. We hit on it a little bit, having major sponsors, having major teams taking part in major events like this, and kind of having this kind of a showcase series for the entire German sim racing community, in my opinion, here, Tobias.
Yeah, the German sim racing community is growing a lot. You've seen it at the Sim Racing Expo, where iRacing themselves were present, and RaceSpot TV was present. And as we've seen now, the high beam is turned on, so no more low beam for the cars. Everyone is now racing with their lights on as the sun sets even more. We get closer to the official sunset time. We're driving on the in-sim time. It's the 15th of May in-sim, and it's now about to be 9 p.m. in the evening.
And still an hour and a half plus to go. 1 hour, 45 minutes to be exact, as you see the high beams. And you see someone saying, "Thank you very much for letting me through in traffic." That is again Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue saying, "Thank you for letting me go in lap traffic." And that's something that's going to be something common, that we see the high beam blinkers going off.
Oh yeah, these are not only used to warn lap traffic, but also to distract or aggressively push a little bit your opponent who's in front, especially if you're very close. When you sit in the cockpit, you can really see the whole car flashes literally inside, because, you know, during the real 24-hour race, they mostly have covers on the back windscreen, because most of the drivers don't use the low beam during the race. They just go high beam all the way, even though there are cars just in front of there. So to not get blinded in real life, they use some covers on the rear window. Here they just use their, they try to ignore them at their best.
Yeah, I guess you have to at this point. It gets annoying on a highway, but with racing, that's kind of a little bit to be expected, and that's for sure. This is you're following along with Racing Center 5-3 Sports Red. Just ending the rev limiter on the gear shifts, in fact, right now, is Steven Berghaus right now in the 241, setting his eyes and setting the laser beams on the car up in front once again. And Artal Motorsports Sim Racing, the number 236 machine, for a top 5 spot. As guess who says hello to the inside on the right side? Patrick Christoph Moser just breaks up the battle and says, "Oh, break up those laser beams already, please."
I just hope that he can safely pass now the Artal car in front. I'm gonna see how that works out, because we're coming to a very narrow part of the track with a little jump over there. And he's just finding the line, very safely done here, and very quickly done as well, because following up that part right now, you can't overtake in multi-class.
Yeah, you definitely can for sure, as you're looking at some of the times that, remember, Paris had pit a while back in the 8th spot. He's now closing on in on QM Motorsports with Manuel Schlittler behind the machine right now, as they are starting near get bumper to bumper. They're a bit a ways back in terms of that battle that we've seen just a few moments ago. That is starting to shape up even more so. Now here's as you see the speeds right now, about 250 kilometers per hour for Patrick Paris. He knows he's got the pace. The problem is, the car up in front, he's just checking up a lot. It looks like a bit more earlier braking, being more cautious, and Paris is not expecting to make it.
Yeah, it looks like it. And also just noticing that from the front car, look at the brake lights. He already almost lost the whole left side, all the LEDs that are in there. Imagine a car having a car in front of you in plain darkness without any rear lights anymore.
And that's something that's going to be interesting to see the first time here on RaceSpot TV, is how much lights will, if you don't have them, will be a factor. They head down the strong straightaway once again in Annesbach. Getting the run, Paris, he's going to cut to the inside towards the left side of the racetrack. They'll go side by side. Meanwhile, up and down in front of them, Racing Center made the similar pass. This time, though, Paris able to do the exact same thing that happened just up the road. So 2 passes going on at the exact same spot of the racetrack again.
And this is the perfect overtaking part just before the Hohenrhein chicane. And but you know very well that up to turn 1 there can be a possibility to do it again, but nope, no need to, because they are going to the pits right now for the, I believe, second last pit stop.
Yes, in fact, I believe so. Have one more, I think, at about the 30-minute to go mark, give or take. That moves the shift back up to the top 5 battle for position. Both drivers stay on, and you can see some of the shadows starting to form up from these lights, as well as the rubber building up on the racetrack. We haven't talked much about the rubber on the racetrack, especially in some of these tight corners. How do you think that will start to factor in as the race heads into its final hours towards the night, with as much rubber as that's building up as much as it is in the turns?
I mean, rubbering in the turns is a pretty good thing, talking about grip, but the moment you go offline, you just slide on all these little rubber parts from the tire, all the grain that you have there, and maybe even some dust when someone goes offline. So if you stay on the line, it's perfect, but if you try to overtake, it can really catch you off guard and throw you into the wall or off track.
It definitely can, and with those marbles, you don't want to end up rolling on them and rolling into a wall. It hurts when you're a person. It hurts even more when you're a car. As now Pete Hanqual, pardon me, tries to close back in on the back end still. 3/10 back, still trying to close up, but still that slight bit of faster speed. Both of them in Mercedes, though. Oh, so it's just a matter of driver skill, I think, at this point, and waiting for the right time to pass. Remember, that Alto Motorsport sim racing machine does have some slight damage to the front nose on that 236. No damage at all on the front side of Racing Center's entry, just a slight touch on the back end for damage.
Yeah, it looks like the next car to come up behind them is Philipp Südbeck from the Zorg Rennsport Esports blue car. So that one wants to have some passing opportunity. As you see, the blue light LEDs on the side of that GTE car. Of course, the GTE cars for in real life, for that you can see your personal favorite on track. They added these LEDs at the side of the windows. I think the Ford has it at the roof, and the LMPs have it in the lights. So here you can see, oh, look at this.
Absolutely beautiful looking cars here. Gotta give iRacing credit. They've really knocked it out of the park with the day and night cycle, and really knocked it out of the park and making it look very beautiful is the common words I've seen through the iRacing service for this new day and night cycle and the time of day. They had to really change up the game so much. Meanwhile, though, Südbeck, he's ready to break up the battle and try and force up a game of, can he close right on back? Hancock going to lose the time there, lets him on by, showing the blinkers is Südbeck. Now the Racing Center machine also going to move to the same side, but now Südbeck's going to get held up, in fact, because he hit him at the wrong time to try and make the pass.
And I think this was also the plan, a little bit of Rennie Penquit. Make the other car now at this part of the track going to Versailles, he will lose just more time when he gets past. We've seen that before with the Porsche Cup car and GTE car going down there. So I think Südbeck is getting really, really nervous right now and impatient.
And I think this is now to the point where, remember the amount of time lost by Pure Racing Team from traffic? This is where the time swings back to Pure Racing Team, because now Südbeck is reaching some of the same traffic and might have just lost at least a couple seconds here potentially just from running behind one GT3 for about 10-15 turns.
And you see the light flashing of that Vibe Scores. I think he wasn't happy with the way it happened. And but yeah, you know, it's always like this. You can use the light in so many factors. You can say sorry with that. You can be angry with that. You can say go out of the way, move, and everything. So it's a very good way to communicate without actual words.
Patrick Paris, it looks like something going on with the German sim racing purple car. He's in the penalty box right now in the racetrack. So we have a car in the penalty box that was up at the top 5 for the GT3 class all of a sudden here. There's a second car also parked behind there. Looking at that, that's the Porsche Bezo powered by Zorg Esports that no one's in the car of. So something going on with Patrick Paris all of a sudden here in the 252.
I'm not sure what's happening over there. I mean, we see a very concentrated Patrick Paris here at the Vale, waiting to be released. It looks like I mean, it looks like I'm just checking through the things, and yeah, they took a fast repair in lap 18.
If I'm remembering correctly here, looking at the time, just want to make sure of this myself before I finish up this thought with this situation now. Yeah, in fact, it looks like they might have done exactly that. That's going to be the penalty box. Remember, that's going to be at least a 5-minute time period where you have to sit in the penalty box for a stop and go. So what was a top 5 run, having to use the quick repair, it looks like, is going to cost them a heck of a lot of time and could lose them a heck of a lot of points.
Yeah, they were P5 before the needing of the quick repair, and then they were P8 when entering the pits. This is why it's still shown on the windscreen till they go to the timing spot where that gets changed. As we keep on back to the Mücken Motorsport internal fight here between the Ferrari in the Kfz Tyler 24 design and the Porsche in the actual, you know, the classical pick design from the old Porsche car that was competing in the mall and got brought back up for the 70 years Porsche anniversary on the GTE car this year.
Yeah, and again, getting back to the real-world connections, as that is a nice-looking car for sure, that anniversary car. Both of their team cars are absolutely nice-looking for sure, and having that real-world sponsorship that's talked about. They go off of the blank because it looks like Michael Booster Borg either saying hello or wants to get by Niels Bendick right here. I'm not sure what exactly that was about there.
I mean, that could be something in-team related. I mean, we've seen that in Formula 1, we've seen that in other motor racing series, that teammates have to let each other pass if they're holding each other up too much.
And it looks like it might not be that case. They're still half a second apart. So at this point, do you think maybe the lights are a signal of, okay, I might want to pit this time, and someone might not have the ability to do it via voice chat or something, or via talking rather, or something like that? Or is that, I don't want to get towards the speculatory point. It's just something interesting to see for sure between these two teammates here.
I think it's just a warning that I'm, watch out, mate, I'm closing up to you. And like more of a warning that I'm coming for, you know, like I'm coming for you.
Makes more sense for sure, absolutely. I think you got the proper reasoning there for sure. Heard Tobias Brockman once again here alongside me, Justin Prince here, director Hugo Ruiz here, as we're just approaching an hour and a half to go in the virtual vLN season finale powered by Raceunion here at Nürburgring. You continue to look at the action continuing to unfold across the racetrack as you continue to see the same group of drivers have essentially been up at the front for a majority of the race so far. As we drive into the night, Pure Racing Team and Williams Esports still up the front, but it looks like the pit window may have just opened up or something going on, because as you can see, German Sim Racing White is in the lead in terms of the position up on your top bar as you see on your screen. Team Hoitchevel is closing right back on in, so something going on between the number 1 and the 151 for the GT3 class lead. A 1.1 second loss, in fact, for that number 1 machine, so something going on in terms of during the Nordschleife potentially to lose that time in the positioning.
They went, for my timing, yeah. I think it looked like they were just in the pits like that before, yeah, without changing the tires. So now now it's German Sim Racing with the more used tires still. But now Heusingveld went into the pits again, just before that lap, and this is why the gap is now close, not even close, but changed position. As you can see, the number 3 is still showing on that German Sim Racing car there. When they last went around the finish straight, they were behind Team Heusingveld and even I think so Esports Yellow. Yeah, they pitted as well. Yep. So that changed all up, and this is the reason why it's still showing the 3. For the next time when they come around the start-finish straight, that will change for both cars.
You're correct on that. Thank you very much. To be honest, I almost forgot about that situation there, but this is for the lead right now between these two teams, and it's still closing on in now, and you're going to see the difference for sure on this, not just in the lap times in clean air, but I think very much so in the corners, potentially having the more worn tires where you have to back up a bit more with more tire wear that you might have for the driver staying out compared to those getting fresh tires rather.
Yeah, and another interesting fact is, you know, the way it handles with like when the last lap kicks in for these races. So it could mean for some teams are they trying to risk having not enough fuel to do an additional lap if they don't calculate the laps right, or if the current leader in the GTE class, Patrick Christoph Moser for PRT, is just hitting the line again before the 8-minute mark, so before the white flag mark.
Yeah, right now it's still trying to shape up right now. Just in the perfect position, I think, for a possible pass down the Autosbach is going to be the question, can he get the right run he needs to? He does have the front side damage, but they're still away, just a few moments away, in fact, at least, very much least, from reaching that point of the racetrack, at least about 3-4 minutes until then, as you can see Marcel Uber still trying to hold on in front of Meeson. Meeson, again, we talked about multiple disciplines for his driving as well. You have a follow-on now with Meeson right now trying to close up to Marcel Egbers so far on the racetrack.
And you already can see that the light is now showing on the racetrack, so it's really starting to get to that point where the lights of the car are not just enough to light up the track, but it's already dark enough to not see very good. I mean, those drivers with VR have actually an advantage since they don't have distractive light from all the sides. So that makes also a difference just if you're using a single screen, multiple screens, or a VR. Because if you got light in from the sides with a monitor setup, then you are disadvantaged at that point.
You can absolutely get disadvantage from something like that for sure with under 90 minutes to go in the race. Both this battle and the battle for P5, it appears, is starting to really heat up for the class right now that we talked about before with Hardcore Motorsports Sim Racing and Racing Center. So both of those battles for positions starting to heat up a little bit, especially so the race lead that is starting to get about a minute and a half away from the right spot for Mason to maybe get the run he needs to. So as they work their way now down the hills towards the carousel portions of the racetrack, it's now, can you keep up, is the question.
It is a very good question indeed. As we're seeing now in the GTE class, the battle for the P5 between those Muka Motorsport cars is heating up all over again. 0.2 of a second is the gap here, and we have another full throttle moment here, just a little bit going there into, I think, sorry, I lost track of where we are at the racetrack. I think we're approaching Schwedenkreuz right here. Yeah, we are.
Yes, right now, working our way across the hills here, looking towards my map. In fact, right now, just in to type in, this is now, pardon me, Arnberg, pardon me, as they approach their way now towards Volkswagen Road, towards Adendal Forest. As you're looking on board with Niels Bennick, once again, the 126 machine. Again, these Muka Motorsport drivers continuing to just dodge themselves towards one another for positions here in this late going in this race.
Kilometer 0.7 is where they are, so not even 1/3 of the track mastered yet, but it will come up to the Döttinger Höhe, I think, as we see the leader Alexander Voss just coming out of the pits, taking a pit stop of 49.6 seconds, so that's 1:22 overall, as you can see on your screen in the lower third right now.
Yes, 49.6 seconds is the pit stop. All the top drivers in the class coming in fact. So a driver change now for Team Pointchevelle, in fact, for the 301. Looks like the brother, in fact, of Leonard Hardenberg, Marcel Hardenberg, has now taken the wheel of the 301 during that pit cycle, while HK Racing has Marcel Harford back in front of the wheel and back behind the wheel for the first time today, as the battle still forms up on your screen. Still separated by a car length and a half. Still, both teammates playing each other playfully safe so far.
Yes, so far so good, but we have on 1 hour and 30 minutes to come up yet in this race, and you know very well that's even a little bit more than your typical sprint race that you have over in VRS, and even longer than the sprint races in the ILMS. So this is, there can be very much happening, especially when it's getting darker and darker as it is right now.
And our heads have been on the swivel since the drop of the green flag, but the classes separate. They were separated at the start of the race by 2 minutes per class with the GTEs and the GT3s. Then the Porsche Cup class with the formation lap before the drop of the green flag, heading toward into the Grand Prix part of the racetrack. Still trying to shape themselves up, these two drivers up on the screen still. Again, these Muka Motorsport Sim Racing drivers having all tied up basically in track position in this GTE class since the start of the day today. Hey, Bennick trying to take advantage of a slight mistake as Booster Waring, who was before the last time I remember, was behind Bennick in fact. They're now through the carousel once again, tightly getting through, and Booster Warwick trying to defend now as Bennick wants the spot on back. He's going to give it right on back in fact.
Yeah, and here you can't go through there full throttle side by side. So the 155 got backed off a little bit, but still, if he can keep up right now for the whole part up to the Döttinger Höhe, they have another chance of overtaking their sister car.
And you know what I think they're exactly doing is saving fuel, because it makes sense if they're going back and forth. They're teammates, as mentioned. So if they go back and forth, save a little bit extra fuel each lap for each of them to maybe stretch an extra lap or two out of the tank.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely true. If you just use the draft all around, I mean, we've seen that in oval racing as well. You can save so much more fuel and then just save it back and forth. This is what they even do with cycling. I mean, you know, this team cycling where the 5 guys, always the first is dropping back a little bit and so on, just to save energy on this space fuel.
Yeah, at this point, they will trade as much as they want to here, but the goal is simple. They're trying to save each other fuel, and that might be part of the signals there to, okay, time to switch before that could be a possible case as they work their way again, still around this circuit, still, as right now, this is still the position battle between these two drivers. That is, in fact, indeed, for P5 and P6 on the circuit. For Bennett right now, he's up in front trying to help Brewster Waring with the draft right now on the circuit before they head down the Ottersbach, down the long straight, one last corner, down the Donninger Ho, and before they go full throttle down the fastest part of the racetrack.
Yeah, they're reaching here the top speeds going into the rev limiter, and let's just see if the draft works out so he can close up a little bit. Looking at the timing, it looks like, yeah, he's getting closer. He's definitely in that draft zone here. And maybe there might be even a chance for overtaking, but we've seen with the GTE class, it's so hard to do since you're running up into the rev limiter, as you can see right now. And then, yeah, he's just lifting off the throttle a little bit.
And he's exactly doing what thought there. Saving fuel, not going to make the pass, taking the advantage by not having to run full throttle, and not wanting to make the pass at all, really. So that's their goal. They're saving fuel down this long straight, down the Ottersbach, out of the Donninger Ho, before getting down to Tiergarten, before towards the start and finish line straight, as we see up on your screen. So they continue to play the strategy game, still 3 minutes behind the next driver for position, behind the leader, 2 minutes behind the next driver for position in Phoenix Racing Esport Orange.
Yeah, but they have to watch out for the next colleague to come up, because Heinz Braun in the 133 car is only 5 to 6 seconds away from those two. So that might be even a case that they're doing a free time fuel saving scenery around here, and there are 3 cars running just behind of each other.
Here's the thing though, Heinz Braun, I think he's trying to save a little bit by being more cautious with how he's using the throttle and whatnot, because he's 5 seconds off the pace compared to his 2 teammates that we've been seeing up on your screen looking at it. 7:48.964 last time by for Heinz Braun. 7:43.978 for Michael Brewster Waring, which is at the end of this 2-car group.
Yeah, that's probably more like it. I mean, he's saving on its own, because if you look at the times, they already drove 5.1 laps right now, so they're probably coming in next lap. Maybe they try to push it even further to come in 1 lap later, because we heard it with a 1 hour fuel target, about around 1 hour fuel target. So that might be the case here.
Still an hour and 21 minutes and 46 seconds to go here for the virtual vVLN powered by Raceunion. Still seeing things form up as you continue to see these guys shape themselves up, work on each other, pardon me, to save fuel on the racetrack. Why don't we go to a race spot fan immersion and follow along with the action on board and follow on as we head from twilight to dusk here at the Nürburgring. You're watching the virtual vVLN on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, powered by Raceunion. Welcome back, everyone, to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Esports Network for more coverage of the virtual vVLN powered by Raceunion. Still following along with Michael Bolster-Warwick, who made a mistake a few moments ago. You might have seen in the carousel, charging in too hard. He has, however, kept up with his teammate to still saving fuel, as the pit window is open for some teams in the GT3s right now. So everyone is starting to get where they're calculating fuel to see, okay, can we make it on one more stop, or do we have to go for two at this point here, I think, Tobias?
I think some of those cars, if you have a huge gap behind or in front, there's no point in just pushing it too much. I mean, you can change the engine mapping here with all those cars. So probably the GTEs are going to try to use a less aggressive engine map. And we have another guest for interviews, I think I've just seen in the waiting room. And this is from one of the GTE cars. That's Mitchell de Jong from Kwanda with a car number 108. I think we just let him in, right?
Yes, let's let him in indeed, and right now as he knocks on the door, joins us into the broadcast booth after running the first 2 hours of today's event, where he ran up at the top 3, was fighting for the race lead at one point here. Mitchell, how are you feeling about how the team's been doing so far today? Now 35 seconds back of the race lead.
Hey guys, yeah, it's been all right. I think we wanted to use this car to get a bit used to it and see how it is. What a better way to do it than at the hardest track on iRacing. So it was quite a good test. But I think we're lacking a bit of pace compared to the 2 Ferraris there. So I was giving it everything I had just to stay in their draft. And we were there for a little bit, but once we lost it, it's kind of just snowballed into the gap that we have now. But yeah, we have a little bit of damage from small things, but you know, we're just doing our best. You know, anything can happen when it turns nighttime here. So yeah, we're gonna stay in it.
And he said getting used to the car on the hardest track. You mentioned as well the difference between the Ferrari and the Porsche. What do you mean by that, especially with the differences between the 2 cars, I think?
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. For me, I haven't driven this car until 2 days ago, so it's really nice to have this opportunity to learn. I think it's pretty similar for Josh. He hasn't driven it so much either. But yeah, the Ferrari is really strong in a straight line, and I think takes bumps a bit better. But we do have some good performance in some of the smoother corners with this car. So you know, when we were running close with PRT early on, it was interesting to see how the gap would grow and shrink around the track. Some sectors we could, you know, close up a few tenths, and others we would get pulled. So yeah, it's quite a cool deal. But I think we were missing a little bit of something, or the car is just not quite as good at this track. But hard to say, but it's a good learning experience.
Good learning experience indeed, as on your screen you just may have seen a driver going into the grass. That was Niels Bennett going into the grass. Mitchell de Jong still with us here in the broadcast booth from Galana Sim Sport. But of course right now it is currently Joshua K. Rogers, who from my understanding is also new to the team, currently behind the wheel, still holding on to the 3rd spot and still keeping up a very consistent pace. He's just lost a couple seconds here and there throughout the entire time in the car so far. How comfortable do you feel with him now, with this team, on the team, and how he's been doing in the car to keep the pace needed for the final run here today?
Well, it's definitely great to have someone with his kind of speed and talent. He's a great asset to have, and it's cool this is our first event with him as a kind of a team thing, and you know, we just got the opportunity a few days ago to give this a try, and yeah, it's been great. Communication's been really good, and just getting a good feel for it. Obviously with this track, it's so hard to push at like a really high level without making big mistakes. So that's pretty much all this is about, and yeah, we're trying to keep it in one piece and bring it home. It'd be cool to keep it on the podium, and who knows what can happen at the end. So.
Real quickly, just a couple more quick questions. What is your team strategy looking like in terms of fuel? On our screen, we've been seeing Mocha Motorsports Sim Racing going back and forth with their teammates. You guys have been basically on your own on the racetrack for much of the time. What's the strategy looking like in the fuel window?
I think for us it's pretty straightforward. With the kind of the drag that we have, I think it's pretty much maybe just slightly below 4 full-length stints. So tires obviously change at the same time in GTE, so no strategy there. But I think, yeah, for fuel-wise, we're just going to pretty much be taking another full tank, because that should just get us to the end, and maybe we'll have a little extra just in case. So you never know. So it's good to be on the safe side.
Good to be on the safe side indeed, as your team right now enters lap 24. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you get back to your team for the final 90 minutes? Pardon me, final 70 minutes.
Not too much. No, thank you though.
Thank you very much for the time, Mitchell. Mitchell DeJohn joining us from Koana Simsport in the number 108 machine, currently 3rd in the GTE class. And I found some of that very interesting here, Tobias, some of the information provided on from Mitchell in terms of how they feel in terms of the comfortability with the team, having right now enough fuel, of course, to make it to the 1 hour point with 70 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, and you can see already now how the lights of the cars show up on the track. And yeah, I think with the strategies, it will work out if they can stretch it long enough to go a full stint and not having to splash and dash in the end, because that happened before in the vVLN. I think around 6 and 7, you've seen it pretty brutally, that they even had a car that couldn't go to the finish, and it was pushed by a contender.
And now you're seeing 2 drivers pushing each other forward in terms of competitiveness in the GT3 class for the 8th spot as they go back and forth. This is Philip Eckert driving alongside Marcel Unger right now. Haven't talked much about Eckert, in fact, today. Eckert's had a pretty decent day, and he's been in the car since the start of the race today for all 21 laps for Racing Center Vibe 3 Sports Cyan.
Yeah, that's definitely true. He's doing a great job for that car. We've seen it in the pits before. He's just been there, so he's trying to go on that tank as well, and he changed the tires as well. So that's not a fair fight talking tire-wise, because the other car is just out of tires, you could say. 7 laps out now, and he's probably going into the pits as well. QM Motorsports were in the pits, RTL Motorsport were in the pits right now. So you see that one heading in there, and that's a free road now for Eckert.
And Muka Motorsport Sim Racing's number 1 car, 22nd overall, is also in the pits, I believe, as well, as Unger goes up into the pit lane. So pit window continues to cycle on in as drivers continue to change up the spots. For these drivers, a lot of them could be entering their final pit stops of the race, and you hit on it once before, you do not want to run out of fuel. Driver change going on for the man pulling into the pits once again. That, once again, in fact, yes indeed, was Michael Husby, Motorsports 272. Marcus Binner jumps into the car. He ran laps 1 through 8 to start off the day today. Ran fairly consistent in the 749 to 750 range.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job in the car. As we see now, the battle between Vibe Sports Red and RTL Motorsport Sim Racing 236 with Rennie Penquid at the wheel. So he's trying to get it, and looking at how the pit window works out, both of them were in the pits. Rennie was there 1 lap earlier than Steven Freiberghaus, who just came out of it. So this is going to be an interesting fight here on the track as they approach the Flugplatz, not the Flugplatz, they approach the Hassenbach, go through there and then head down for the Flugplatz, where there is another chance of overtaking just before the crest.
And they make the right-hander going down towards the Flugplatz right now. You can follow along with Fergal Haas, following along with Penquil. Still getting the draft, now blinks the lights. I think he wants to maybe go here, but not in the right chance to overtake yet. Quite yet, again, with that 1 lap difference between them of the cycle. As now it looks like he's now going to go for it. Fergal Haas going to move towards the left side of the track. Moving to the right side is RTL Motorsport Sim Racing. He's going to let him on go. Sam Penquil going to take away the spot.
Yeah, this was very, very well done by both of them. I mean, if you go side by side into that turn, you can really finish or end the race there for both contenders. As we see now, the night coming in even more harder, especially on those parts who are deep in the woods. And as we're coming up to that blind corner again into the Adenauer Forst, where they even put up a warning for motorcyclists just next to the road.
Yeah, remember, there are people who are able to get access to this with the real-world cars and drive around the racetrack. There's insurance policies, in fact, for drivers that rent cars and want to take it out to tracks like the Nürburgring or onto the Autobahn and just go around the racetrack in case they end up batting damage like some drivers have had on the curbs or hitting the Armco barriers. As now, Penquill tries to just focus his way on back and focus his way as they pass by the traffic signs you've seen there on the left side a moment ago.
Yeah, the detail here that is on the track and at the track and all the scenery around here is very, very well done. All the marshal posts are on the correct positions with the correct numbering. You got some generic coloring on the track. The thing is, actually it is illegal. During the 24-hour race, they even they hand over the track to the police or after the training sessions or qualifying sessions, and they drive around the track checking for people going there and coloring it, since it's actually handled as damage of property.
Yeah, that's not a good way to spend the 24 hours at the Nürburgring as more drivers come in. German Sim Racing 151 now in, following Alpine Eagle Racing. So everyone's now heading towards the pit lane for what could be their final stops with 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. And while parts of the track look quiet for now, they're about to get very, very busy for these next final hour plus laps across the racetrack.
Yeah, we're back again with Michael Bostavarek and Niels Benedict, who are still going behind each other, trying to trade positions and save fuel to stretch it out as long as possible. And these guys almost did a full 8 laps on one tank. And I think they have to go in now. They have to go into the pits now. I'm not sure if there's a difference in fuel size between the Ferrari and the Porsche, but the Porsche has about, I think, 120 liters of fuel. I'm not sure too much about it since that got BOP'd in the past.
Yes, indeed, and there was some slight adjustments, I think, to that said thing in some of the cars in the last build that we haven't discussed much involving those said differences. But for now, let's focus on what's going on the racetrack as they still save fuel, the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing machines. For them, trying to look towards the last time they pit for the 155 machine, following on behind his and leading on his teammate rather so far. Last pit stop for Brewster Warwick was lap 17. Last pit stop for Benek also on lap 17. They've been going for stints that have lasted about 7 full laps around the racetrack before they come in and make a driver swap. So they have at least this time, at least maybe one more time around the racetrack before they head into the pits, these two drivers, before they hit their mark to finish off the race tonight.
Yeah, and as the Jong said, they try to go on one more tank of fuel and not more, as where the GT3 cars maybe have to save fuel in the end to get to the end. Trying to not do the splash and dash. As I'm looking now, we already have cars like Timo Heusingveld already having 4 laps on the schedule. So and then same with Sword Esports Yellow. So they have to go there again for another pit stop. I think around 3 laps from now.
Yes, still a ways to go with the strategy coming up across the circuit here as you continue to watch the virtual vVLN powered by Raceunion live on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network. Also like to thank our German counterparts for tonight's coverage on Sim Racing Deutschland EV. We're still there following along. Both fan bases still following along with the same intensity as you still follow along with the intensity of these two drivers, still continuing to save on the fuel window. Everyone else has spread themselves out. These are the two closest drivers in the GTE class right now, as the rest of the classes have separated themselves out before the pit window. Still drivers needing to pit a majority of the field. In fact, just 2 pit stops for everyone up in the top 8 overall in the racetrack. All the GTEs are in the top 8 And you have the rest of the windows where you have the rest of the field having to go at least 4 stops, as it looks like something going on in front. Joshua K. Rogers has gone off the racetrack and hit the race wall. He has hit the arm-coat barrier with the left side of the car after sliding into the grass.
Oh yeah, just seen it now. He touched that curb where I told before, don't touch it at all in the Hudson-Bach. Was just the inside of the left here. You just stay away from it, because that actually happened to me in the 24-hour race. You take there where the Mercedes drove past. You can take this one full on, but not the one going left before that.
And now that's going to add a little bit more damage. The back wing on Joshua K. Rogers' car is absolutely damaged right now. If you look at him, looking at the back, just at the edge of the camera towards the left side of the wing, you see it bent up now where the Virtual Racing School logo sits right now. So how much will that affect them for the last hour plus?
Just seeing them going to Schwedenkreuz, which is a very fast part as well. They only get to 255 kph, which is about 130, 135 mph, or 150. I don't remember exactly what that is. But they having a very dent, not only in the wing, but also in the top speed.
And meanwhile, the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing team is in for their pit stops on schedule, and could very likely finish from to the end right.
Oh, and Rogers lost it again. Rogers lost it again. Did a 360 with tapping the wall in the Adenauer Force, just entering there from the blind corner. Having a replay of that now again. I think that was already too late. Yeah, it happened before that. So just skip back a little bit more. We just entered it. Yeah, there you see him losing it and tapping the wall, doing a clean 360, and that will affect the aerodynamics even more on that car.
Yeah, now you have to consider too, with that now, this car is completely beat on up. At this point, I don't see them trying to risk taking the fast repair they may still have in their back pocket here with just 59 minutes to go, as you still see both the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing cars in the pits. Their yellow teammate is out of the pits right now, in fact, as Bernd Grickel jumps into the car. Heinz Braun now also still in the pit stalls. Also join them is you linger up the pit lane as they move up and away, and off they go out of the pits.
I mean, if I have to tell you something here, if they go now to the pits, they have to go anyway on this stage of the race, even with that damage. But without taking the fast repair, they would end up behind Phoenix Racing Esports Orange, that are currently on P4, 40 seconds behind Joshua K. Rogers at the moment. If they would take the fast repair, and they would have a one pit stop of about a minute in the lane, and then 5 minutes added plus the minute in the lane, they would drop back to P10 right now, I think. Yeah, 5 minutes of penalty, 1 minute of lane, that means 6 minute addition to the 1 minute you lose already in the first pit stop. So that's pretty much a game over for them if they use the fast repair now.
Yeah, there is no way they take that gamble at this point. The most they can lose, at this point, unless he's really off the pace, Rogers is he can fall maybe back to the Muka Motorsport Sim Racing drivers that are 3.5 seconds back of the race lead, about 2 minutes back. But that's still a big if. Phoenix Racing Esport Orange, remember, is still minute 34 back of the leader. Currently, last time I scored, about give or take 50 seconds apart.
Yeah,
as you look at the battle now for 5th.
Yeah, we look at the battle of 5th in the GT3 class. But what I'm seeing is the S-Drive Motorsport Porsche just trying to unlap himself from Kuanda's sim spot right here. That worked pretty well. Yep, no damage taken here.
Yep, indeed. As expected there, as Penquo holding on right now. Still a second ahead for this track position for the time being. As now they still cycle through this again as the battle for 5th for the GT3s on the racetrack at this point. They still 57 minutes underneath right now to go here at Nürburgring. And it's been a heck of a show today. From starting off in the daylight now into the dusk on the racetrack, it has been getting darker and darker it's getting near pitch black now, at least on my side now, on the track now, with this day going tonight.
Yes, indeed, and it will be full night at in about not even 30 minutes, at least what the time says for the sunset or night when you go for hosted session. It's 9:45 p.m. now at the track. That will mean in about 20 to 30 minutes it will be more darker than it already is.
The overall race leader and Patrick Christoph Moser is now in the pits now for Pure Racing Team. So he's in for his scheduled pit stop, slowly chugging his way on forward as the battle still forms up for the GT3s on your screen. And you can see Penquo letting that now Freehawes going in. I think maybe they're working together here at this point because it was about a second gap, closed up to 0.2 of a second. That happened just after the blinking lights again for Racing Center 5-3 Sports Red.
I'm not certainly sure about that, but I think what Rennie Penquin is doing, he's just playing it safe because all the flashing that Steven Freiberghaus just did on the track, that is a fact that you get distracted by it. You can lose your concentration by that if you really don't focus enough. And what I think will happen, that they're almost on the same pit schedule, only one lap apart of each other. So that could make a difference in the end, depending on how the GTE leaders come over the line.
Last time they pit was on lap 16. They're currently on lap 24 for their cycle. And these drivers have been able to push the fuel very long, in fact, today. 15 laps a stint on average, 14-15 laps for them so far today, as Rogers is now in the pits for VRS Koana Simsport. Remember, he got a big-time beating in 1 lap. He's going to take the quick repair. So VRS Koana Simsport is taking the quick repair and will sacrifice at least 6 minutes in race time.
Yes, they have this scheduled pit stop around now, where they lose about a minute. 35 standing time, 1 minute of total lane time, but then they have to come around again and do the penalty, and this is 5 minutes of standing, 5 minutes of sweating and looking at the relative screen in the lower right corner, seeing all those cars getting past and not be able to do anything in the area.
Rogers is on the way. Remember, pass through penalty, stop and go rather, for 5 minutes for Rogers. Coming up now for taking his 1 fast repair for the race. Kevin Volk had followed him into the pits, also now in the pits, still has been dead to weather running out. Meanwhile, his teammate driving side by side down the long straight, once again down Annesbach, as the 247 moves up into the 5th spot.
Yeah, it was a very, very fair trade here of positions. He did it perfectly right. There was no chance of fighting back in that draft, going to the Hohenrhein chicane, now turning back to the start-finish straight as they continue on racing. And look how dark it got now just in the last 10 minutes.
It is 2:48 p.m. inside the sim right now, so it is getting extremely pitch black outside on the racetrack. As you can see, the temperatures haven't followed with. It stayed 65 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the entire run for the past hour and a half temperatures. That's 18 degrees centigrade on the circuit, so the temperatures are not taking the hard crash. They are staying nice and balmy. Remember, this is set to May 15th for a realistic time of day.
Yeah, that means that they have luck that it's not set earlier or later. For example, as in October, the real VLN, they go up into November for the last race, and that would mean very early getting dark times if you try that. The normal VLN don't drive into the dark, it's just a 24-hour race where they do that. But this year is also to showcase the day and night cycle that's just new on the iRacing servers, and it's working a charm here.
It's working a charm, and it's been something everyone's been wanting for a long time, and you're seeing some of the benefits from that. I believe it's the second time officially on the iRacing Esports Network we have seen the day-to-night cycle go all the way from day to night. GSRC's coverage earlier on this week as some of the road course racing earlier on showed some of that day-to-night cycle, I believe, earlier on this week for the Lone Star Series, I believe it was. As you still see there, Penquil still being patient inside the line. They ran into lap traffic just about. That held them up a lot, but were able to get by quickly once they got the space on the racetrack.
Yeah, you see Artal staying very close here to the car in front, trying to just not lose it. But you can see some corners, there are a lot of difference in how they approach the line and how much wheel angle he just used, steering angle he just used to get down there. So there was a little bit of understeer that he tried to overcome.
Indeed, right now, as they continue to zoom their way across the track at this moment, you continue to follow up with 51 minutes to go here for the virtual VLN powered by Raceunion as the night continues to sail on in here at the Nürburgring. I mean, everyone else is settling in. Let's quickly, I think, look at the top 8 for each class if we can here. So far, as we enter the final 50 minutes, some drivers still needing to go for pit stops. Others have already taken their pit stop for tires and or fuel. For the GTEs, it's Pure Racing Team leading still by 12 seconds. And after the crashes for VRSco and SimSport for the 108, they've fallen 1 minute and 12 seconds. That will drop even more so once they take their stop and go penalty. They can serve it, I believe, starting this time by. Phoenix Racing Esport Orange would then cycle up into P4. With Muke Motorsport with 3 straight entries, the 125, the 155, and the 133, rounding out the top 7, with Modus Sim Racing 2, 4.5 minutes behind the race lead, sitting quietly in the 8th spot since the drop of the green flag. Meanwhile, for the GT3 class, a majority of the drivers have pit so far for their class. Team Hoinkjebel 1 still has Gunnar Meeson behind the wheel, 38 seconds ahead of Sorg Esports Yellow. Sorg Esports Yellow with Ben and Fiegler behind the wheel right now. Can't close up the gap quite yet, with German Sim Racing White rounding out the top 3. 3 Force Racing in 4th, with Racing Center by 3 Sports Red in the top 5. Artal Motorsports Sim Racing's 236 in 6th, with QM Motorsports 240, and Race Center with the Cyan entry rounding out the top 8. And meanwhile, for those wondering what's going on for the Williams Esports Parade, they're currently dominating, to say the least. It's 1 minute and 35 seconds right now, the race lead. They've lapped 2 other drivers in different classes right now. That's how dominant they've been today with Alexander Voss and Lauren Heinrich. It has been pure domination for Williams Esports. Affiliation, of course, with the Formula 1 team over Team Hoinkjebel 301, 1 minute 36 ahead. HK Racing rounds out the top 3, with Zoo Drive 362 rounding out the top 4. Just 2 other drivers are on the lead lap for the class, in fact. GT Temple Racing Cup and Alpine Eagle Racing still clinging on to the lead lap. For Alpine Eagle Racing, that can change in an instant because, as you can see, 7 minutes, 48 seconds back and having to deal with cars zooming on behind, while Red Road Racing by Joe Soft and Newman Sim Racing. Remember them from the lap 1 incident? Because of attrition, they're up into the top 8. After having a very rough start, they're in 8th spot, and that's your top 8 for each class with 48 minutes to go as you look at the night. With the lights continuing to zoom their way through the trees, you're looking at a battle for 5th for GT3.
And still, Steven Freiberghaus trying to defend himself from René Penquid as the gaps close up and open up again all the time, depending on where they are. But now they're coming up on some cup traffic here at the very, it's not the best part to have traffic, but it looks like it works out pretty well. Very fairly done here. I must admit, all the race already, I've not seen incidents like in other series. Just everyone watches out for everyone. It's like a lot of respect running around this track.
Yeah, no one's been really pushing and shoving too much in the past couple hours. Everyone spread themselves out too, which kind of helps to keep the mellow feeling for today's race as you still fall in love with them. Leader for the GT3s has pits again now. That again, once again, with Steve Hoinkjebel. They're still in the pits. Gunnar Meeson will go to the finish as they get ready to go out of the pit boxes, still falling on through. And at this point, with the championship window starting to get to a clearer picture, a lot of teams looking like they're about to celebrate their way to a championship.
Yeah, we haven't talked about how if the race would end now, the points would change. Maybe we should try to do some live maths and get through this.
I believe that is one of the commentator cardinal sins, is doing math live on air.
I did that 3 times and it didn't work out, any of them.
Oh, really? Okay, that's very interesting. But in terms of this, remember, it follows the realistic vVLN system, the real-life system, where it goes not just on the finishing position, but the reason you see the decimal points involves how many cars make the start. 47 drivers started today. Max points for first, according to that formula, is 9.89 points for a driver, if I'm reading this correctly, indeed. So drivers such as that, so for example, your racing team, they came into today looking to gain some points. They have not been in a majority of the races. They can still get a decent amount of points and would get that max points. For drivers competing though, say Sorg, Esports, Rensport Esports Blue rather, remember they came into the day leading the class, just 0.69 points ahead. With the formula, they will get a grand total of 9.67 points for the day for the second place run. With the next driver for class Team Point Chevelle, they're separated, remember, by 0.69. By the mathematical formula, if adding this up correctly, it's going to be extremely close for the overall standings, let alone for the class standings, I think.
Yeah, that's actually true, because Raceunion #1 car is on position 2 in their class, and that would mean it would be really, really close, especially if it would change a little bit in the position. They get the same amount of points here, so that gap would stay as it is in the overall standings, since Sorg Esports Blue is GTE and Raceunion #1 is GT3. But where is the HK Racing team in the Cup? He's on P3, so he would get less points and lose a little bit of that, yeah, not lead, but he would open up the gap. But they would stay ahead, as it stands now, of Alpine Eagle Racing, since those are in the same class as the HK Racing team, and those are on P6 at the Cup at the moment.
I think pending disaster, because Alpine Eagle Racing, they're still way on back in terms of track position, 30th overall, after their troubles before. It could be safe to say that HK Racing team's in the perfect spot to pick up the points they need to win the GT3 Cup class, with Alpine Eagle Racing 6th and HK Racing team in the top 3 on the racetrack for the class. They were just 0.09 points apart, remember.
Yeah.
So, for the question involving the timing right now for Rene Penqua, who currently still falls on behind in the tire tracks for that battle for the 5th spot. Currently, the Alto Motorsports Sim Racing Fan Club wondering, how's he doing in terms of time? 7:52.797 last time by. As a matter of fact, that is 1 second faster than Racing Center Vive 3 Sports ran in front of him, who ran a 7:53 flat.
And I have a quick update on the Commander SimSport car, who already done 3 minutes of their penalty right now, so 2 minutes to go, and they drop back to P6. So and then they still lose some minute again to yeah, because they're standing in the lane, and that would mean they would drop back to P7. Yeah, as they just did.
And that's got to definitely hurt for them. You heard about some of the discussions that you heard from Mitchell DeJohn about how DeJohn was new to the car, did a great job. Then Rogers, new to the team, ends up making the mistake after doing a good job himself, and both team now, it's about damage control once they head out of the penalty box. Now officially 8th on the racetrack as Modus Sim Racing 2 passes them on the racetrack. Meanwhile, still trying to get the pass, is Penquil still can't get anything to go quite yet, but now they're reaching just about that point of the racetrack, I believe, where you can try and set something up to pass for this position.
Yeah, I mean, now where the darkness has fallen and you can really see just glimpse of that sun that was there before, lighting up the sky just a little bit in this beautiful red-purple colors here. Yeah, they're coming out down Cullenhart, which means they will be, where's Ivan? Close, which is the hairpin. Yes, they have this this shaker, I call it myself, then you have the miss. Was it that? Yes, it was. So now they're coming down to the very, very slow, almost hairpinny turn here. And the Kesselchen, the part where it follows after the hill, you know, you go up the hill, you take another right turn, and then it's pedal to the metal until the Mutkurve.
I feel like both of us would get lost when driving around this racetrack, the way you described the mapping around this track. Both of us really today. So you can see them still separated by 0.6 of a second as they continue to cycle their way through. Everyone else is just driving their way through lap traffic at this point, like for a lot of the drivers. Team Hoitjeveld has been able to lap Modus Sim Racing's first entry. In fact, for the GT3 class, that's the pace that Team Hoitjeveld has been able to have today, up in front of them, ways up the track.
Yes, and now I just seen that the Coanda Sims 108 car is leaving the pits, and it's at the moment on position 9, so they lost a lot of places here in that race just because of that accident there, and just because of that fast repair penalty they had to take. So I think that is mostly not what they wanted. They have 40 seconds to the next car, which would be the Phoenix Racing Esports Green with Martin van Oden at the wheel.
In that insult to injury, they've already damaged the front bumper from some of the curbing just a lap after taking the fast repair, but that's something that's somewhat common on the track. But again, that's now damage against the front nose, just like how they were at the start of the race when they were battling for the race lead. Now it's about damage control. How do you feel they can do with their damage control now that they've fallen all the way back to 9th, and it's going to be a ways until the next driver for position up the circuit. Hit way up in terms of time. Currently, in terms of that, at least, according to timing and scoring presented by JRT, timing about 6 seconds, give or take.
Minutes?
Seconds, 12 seconds rather is the specific relative.
Oh, sorry.
As now back to that battle for 5th and 6th. They have still been going up and down in terms of intervals at this point. No one's been able to actually make a move despite Racing Center saying, I want to make a move to the grass for a split second. So these guys, both drivers have been just keeping it calm at this point. As some of their drivers that have appeared earlier on in the race have said, very challenging to drive for this racetrack. Even in the daytime, more so challenging than the nighttime, as you've hit on about 4 times now.
Yeah, I mean, there is still enough light for the drivers, just track-wise, as we see Sorg Esports Yellow now pitting for, it looks like fuel only or fuel tires. I just have to check that one. Sorg Esports Yellow just took tires, took fuel, so they double stint the tires, if I'm correct here, and they just got passed by the Hoitjeveld car.
You know, and Hoitjeveld, the leader of the GT3 class, is where they cycle on right on behind, as you can see right now on your screen. I mean, it's now, again, this is going to be very close. These are now closed up, because this was a gap that was pretty decent at some points of this race. Now it's down to 0.4 of a second in part with the pit strategy, because as right now I still think though that they might have to still pit if I'm looking at this right. In fact, last time by was where they've had pit with a 9-minute 15-second lap time at lap 26 for them before heading to lap 27.
Yeah, they just did 1 lap on the new tires and new fuel. So that might be interesting now, because again, he's running on the new tires than Sven Fieler in the Sorg Esports car.
And now you can see the difference between the 2 cars too. They're just pulling away. Remember, Sorg Rennsport Esports Yellow has that significant damage on the front, right on the front of that Mercedes nose that's been on there since about hour 2 today. And that could hurt them again on the straight line, especially as looking like it's hit by a hammer. Although Team Hoitjeveld feels like looks like it's been hit by a crane.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like particularly more damage than it did before, because you get some damage from the curbing, mostly on that car on the left side of the hood. But this one looks more tied to the right, so they might have hit something or someone.
I think it might have been with lap traffic possibly, but the case of Team Hoitjeveld. Hold as you still see them able to keep some time. It's going to get interesting how this battle forms and how pitch black it is. It's gone from having any dusk to complete darkness on the racetrack, meaning that increases the danger portions of the racetrack. Some of these blind corners, if there's a car on the other side, you're going to have maybe half a second to react.
Yeah, and you see with a Sorg Esport car that the rear lights, they're not existing anymore. So they don't have even braking lights in the back, so people just have to guess where the breaking point is coming. I mean, you can see some glimpses where the sun has been before, but that's not working out. You don't have any light apart from the synthetical one on this track right now.
And keep in mind, some people may be wondering about the times in terms of if they drop in the nighttime. For most teams, they've been able to keep the exact same pace compared to the daylight to the nighttime. Maybe a second or two drop off, give or take in some cases for some teams, but it's been about the same pace. You're still running the exact same as, say, at the start of the race when we started at about 7 p.m. local time in some for today's race, compared to now when we're racing just past 10 o'clock at 10:05 local time.
Yeah, that is specifically true here, but if you look at it, the track temperature, it hasn't fallen below the 18 degrees Celsius, or I think it was 56 degrees Fahrenheit, was it? And
65.
65 degrees Fahrenheit, so the tires don't make a difference now. It's just the drivers actually, how they feel themselves comfortable driving into the darkness. But the Sorg Esports yellow car has a little advantage here, since it's almost like Gunnar is running over there, Gunnar Miesen, with the flashlight in his hand, lighting up the path.
And who would you rather have in this kind of a situation now, racing in the nighttime, possibly for the first time in some cases for some teams? Would you rather have Miesen in this kind of a fight, or do you want Sven Fiedler right now, who is trying to close back on in the darkness and make sure he hits those lines still to perfection?
I don't know too much about Sven Fiedler, but I can say that Gunnar Miesen, he is an endurance specialist. He was driving for Heusinkveld in the 24-hour iRacing. iRacing 24 hours on the Nürburgring in May last year, and probably also coming up here. He did some night stints, so he knows where he can put the turn, and he's also how it says, yeah, it's just the muscle memory kicking in for him. He knows where everything is without looking at it.
And that's very important to make sure you have that. That's where the practice comes in. When you have drivers such as drivers like Miesen potentially, or drivers such as DeJohn, who say you should be able to turn 1,000 laps a week to make sure you're ready to go for a race. In some cases, for some tracks, it's about making sure that muscle memory is together. For these two, they have moved up now to P4 and 5 on the racetrack with the pit cycle the way it's gone, because it appears of a pit stop from 3-Course Racing, I believe it might have been, as Racing Center 5-3 Sports Red still up in front now of Rene Pinkwell. They have in fact swapped spots here and there at this time for parts of the race today. But Pinkwell, just, do you think maybe he's waiting for the right time, knowing that there's at least 4 more times around the racetrack?
I mean, you have 2 spots where you can essentially try to really go for it. That's the Kesselchen section coming up after the next 2 turns, and then there is the next possibility after over at the Döttinger Höhe, if no one does, of course, an error. Because if the Vibe Sports car does an error somewhere and misbrakes or misdrives the line, then of course there's the possibility anywhere to get past him. And you know, in the twisty parts after the Hohe Acht, it's very hard to actually overtake.
And he hasn't even taken the opportunity to try for an overtake at all, it seems. And right now, there's still some drivers pitting, in fact, I believe in their class, in fact. So right now, they still are in that potential window where they're 2 laps away from the front. In some cases, some cars that potentially are in the class be towards that pit window possibly. They're trying to push it for 16 to 15 laps a stint. They're just on lap 27 right now. So it's going to be very close. They look to be safe on fuel, but it could be a case where it could be very close.
I mean, those 2 are fine on fuel, but if I look at the car, from example, sorry, I was on the wrong car, but yeah, if I look at the car from René Penquin, he's 5 laps. It's his 6th lap on this set of tires, yeah. And fuel, of course, and so it just might work out for Steven Freiberghaus to be clear of him, just because he has 1 lap more of fuel in his tank.
Indeed, right now with 32 minutes to go here for the virtual vVLN and RaceSpot TV powered by Raceunion, as things still getting to where it can get interesting. Anything can happen at this point. That battle for the GT3 lead we talked about, guess who's pulled away? Gunnar Miesen has just taken off in the final portions of the racetrack before they went to Donninger Ho, and has taken off. to try and secure the GT3 win today.
Yes, 2 seconds right now. You want to be, you don't want to have your opponent in that 0.6 second gap where the draft really kicks in on the 3 kilometer long straight up there. That is actually longer than some of the runways at the airports around Germany. So that's going to be very interesting to see how he's trying to defend and how he's going there. But also we're still watching Artal Motorsport here, trying as well with Wipes with Red to get that gap as well.
Yeah,
I mean, you see them different now, having again 0.6 of the second, so he's still into that gap where he could possibly draft himself away from Wipe Sports. It may now this turn and the right-hander, they have to be spot on to take the one, because if you brake just too much down in the right-hander before the Döttinger Höhe, you lose so much time, and then it takes 1 minute, and there in this 1 minute you can see how slow you are compared to your opponent.
And right now, as they move back down, this is towards that long straightaway. In fact, right now, crossing underneath the bridges, you look on the back end of Steven Freeberghaus, pardon me, as Penko tries to close back in, trying to get back in, but just not doing anything at this point. It looks like he's just not got the drag he needs to, or the draft rather, to close up to the back bumper. They're just staying about even down the straight.
Yeah, and it also looks like he's at the limiter of his car as well, so that might be a settled thing. Yeah, he's just about at the limiter.
So something's got to be going on with that machine right now. They have had to go for some repairs here and there at times. Both of these teams really, but Penquill's team was sitting in the box the earlier of the two, in the early first hour rather of the race, it appeared. So he's now starting to lose a little bit of time now as they head into turn 1 of the Grand Prix circuit with under 30 minutes to go. Tries to catch back on the brakes, but loses some of the time back on the corner exit.
Yeah, that's getting closer again. So looks like Penguin is better on the braking and the turns on the GP track, as you can see. Whereas Steven Freeberghaus was racing very well on that third part, or like the third of the Nordschleife.
And I think the window just opened wide open for Williams Esports to come away with the victory, because Henrik had pit last time by, and now for the Porsche Cup class, having Team Hoynsveld just pitting now on the racetrack. That is how big the difference is between those two drivers today, and how big that class has been, as we still see that battle for 4 Fun Forward on your screen.
Still a great battle, but having a look now at the Porsche Cup just a little bit, this one is spread out like butter on the bread, because there is no chance for anyone to get close to anyone else. I mean, even now after the pit stop, they have 45 seconds of a gap to HK Racing, which is probably the less interesting race here, even though the Porsche Cups really are fun to drive here and sometimes even dangerous. But those two guys here at your screen right now, they're putting up a very good fight, and I maybe know why there was no good drafting, because I think the damage is the same on both cars.
I think so, near exact same. More noticeable to me with the white and green paint scheme for the driver behind it, Penquill. But both teams have had damage on the front end, nearly identical. No one's been able to have any sort of advantage with how they have been all day long today. With 27.5 minutes to go. With that, standing by right now, we've mentioned Sorg Rennsport Esports and how they are currently having some strong runs for both their main class cars today in terms of the GTE and GT3 entries today. Both of them running up towards the front, second in the class each. Max Pechkel, pardon me, standing alongside the Sorg principal for the Sorg Rennsport Esports team. Max, thank you very much for joining us here in the broadcast booth.
Guys, good evening.
Good evening to you too, and your team so far for both your entry, for both the GTE and the GT3 entries rather so far, has had a very productive day, it seems so far today. How are you feeling about how your strategies worked out?
Yeah, at the moment I think we are pretty good on our strategies. The race worked well for us. Yeah, just the crash from Mike was not planned in our strategy. But the guys fought back to P2 now and are gaining time on the Heusingfeld car. And yeah, we are looking forward to P1 in the GT3 and just saving P2 in the GTE because this is enough for the championship.
Yeah, and right now in a great position, perfect position, in fact, to try and come away as the overall team champions for this season. And of course, racing at the circuit now 9 times overall as part of the virtual VLN. And talk about how this track has been so difficult for the drivers and how much it's kind of changed as the builds have gone on throughout the season, and now with the day and night cycle to factor in, that provides not so much tonight the possibility of temperature change.
Yeah, the whole season just have been, yeah, I can say, cruel to us. It was really hard because the championship fight was so tight all the time. You always have to push 110% every race, every lap, and the guys were just practicing so much. Before every event, the guys were just focused on the Nordschleife and on the several cars we are just putting here in the series. And yeah, with every new build, it's a new difficult situation because you have to check out the new conditions, you have to change your setups and so on. You have to do so much research on the setup and yeah, especially now with the day-night transition, our guys just did hours and hours on the practice service.
Looking on board now with Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue, entered today as the overall team points leader, in the perfect spot to come away as the team overall champion, depending on how things cycle out. As you see, Patrick Baden curling lit up with the blue light inside the car. So 25 minutes to go now. Well, what are you as a team principal telling your team to, with these final few moments, and really anything up for grabs if something was to go wrong?
Yeah, at the moment we are, like I said, we're just saving P2. I just told the guys to calm down in the GTE car. For sure we could go 1 second or something faster each lap, and there could be a possibility to gain P1, but for what? No, we got several overall victories this season, so one more or less doesn't change anything if you could lose the championship with it. So we're just playing it cool in the GTE and saving the spot because yeah, if we stay there, no one can take us the championship, and yeah, in the GT3 it's all or nothing. We are just trying to catch up on Heusingfeld because the championship in the GT3 is just decided, and yeah, the guys are just having fun to push each other over the Nordschleife.
Absolutely, for sure. Is there anything else you want to add before you let you step aside?
Yeah, for sure. I just want to thank all of our drivers for this awesome season. We did pretty well in every class here, and I also want to thank all our sponsors, DES Technik, Racing Fuel Academy. I want to thank Porsche Zentrum Basel for sure, the Emil Frey Group, and all the other guys. That's an awesome package we did this year, and try to expand it to next year to do even better in every race.
We'll add more to that championship discussion after the race with 22 minutes just above that to go today. Max Peckel, thank you very much for the time.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Once again, that was the team principal for Sorg Rennsport Esports, as his team currently sees both his drivers, the GTE and GT3 entries, both in second. As talked about, in points battles for the GT3 class is Sorg Esports Yellow, still 4.93 points back entry today to Team Pointcheveld, who is currently leading the class, while that machine you see on your screen, or just seen on your screen, is in the prime position to come away as the overall season champion.
Yes, and I also see Sorg Esports Yellow pushing for everything, since they want to prevent even more that Team Heusingfeld can even get close to that, because it's now a strategy thing with the whole team racing, because you have like 5 seconds now. I mean, thanks to Mercedes Sim Racing, they have now a bigger gap. Before it was like 1.2 to 2 seconds of a gap, but that can change when Mercedes is trying to actually not unlap, but get back to the whole field, because they lost out a little bit on pace through the whole race, and now they can get back to the GTE field, at least here on a live timer.
Yeah, once again, live timing at simracing-deutschland.de/live timing to keep track. And back to everyone's favorite battle, the battle for P4. It looks like we have a new man inside the battle. In fact, that's because there was a pit stop just now. Rene Penquil, as expected, goes for the pit stop a little bit early. In fact, I believe you had just said a few minutes ago, in fact, you expected him to be able to maybe make it at the end of the run. It looks like that's not the case.
Yeah, I think I think they didn't want to take any risks, because now they have QM Motorsports in front of them, who are already done 6 laps on that tank of fuel, so they might have to come in as well. Same as Vibe Sports Red, even they may come in again, because both of them, even Free Force Racing, they are all on 6 laps on this stint right now, so that could change anything.
It can, and looking at third place now, this is 3 Force Racing. Christian Bug is behind the wheel, and we haven't seen much of that team having RaceSpot sponsorship, mind you, so shame on us that with the RaceSpot sponsor Carbon Trading Paints as well as you can see the rest of the car now on your screen a little bit, that red, blue, and white, pardon me, car on the screen right now, as he currently works his way on his very lonesome in the GT3 class. That's still a ways back to Sorg Esports Yellow. Though in fact slowly closing up. He's 2 seconds a lap, it seems, faster in pace.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to look into some of the oh, ink limit. Yeah, it's yeah. Now we know it. We're having some penalties.
While the session allows no limit, there is penalties at 25 incidents. That was I was trying to get to before, or at the start of the race. 4 drivers have been given those penalties. Of those drivers, that is the 333 machine. And that 333 machine is trying to look towards the track position right now on the track. Yes, it is in German Sim Racing Orange, who's had a rough day. The 302 car is also a part of that grouping. That 302 is Newman Sim Racing, who went and had to pit on lap number 1 of the race. The number 46 of S-Drive Motorsport, who had to go in and take a quick repair before, also penalized. And the 313 machine of QM Motorsports are the 4 drivers that have now gone above the incident limit for today's race.
Yes, and this is for S-Drive Motorsport, this is not happy at all, because they're on 12 in their class, but 23rd overall, so they are actually stuck inside of the GT3 class right now. And this would put them a long way back to about P28, so they would lose about 5 positions for that.
And that's going to be very crucial for points lost from that incident limit being hit during the race now, as you look at some of these drivers trying to shape themselves up after some of these penalties. Again, 4 drivers with penalties, the 333, the 302, the 446, and the 313. Looking back now, this is your overall race leader and Pure Racing team, I believe, on your screen. In fact, it is working his way through the lap traffic. He's lapped his way up to 10th overall. Just lapped in interclass traffic with the German Sim Racing 151 machine. And now he's ready to lap his way up potentially as well with Motor Sim Racing diving into the pit lane just now for the 160. So he has the potential to lap his way up to 9th for the race today.
Wow, that's that's amazing here, Don. As we see again the speed, I see again at least the speed difference between the GTE and Porsche Cup cars. You can't use the graph. I mean, PRT is still stuck behind the Cup car. No way to use the draft here. The Cup car's just going away. Oh, now there it is. Give them some space.
Again, these Cup cars have shown a lot of speed down that long straight, but once they reach this portion of the track, it's like, okay, that's where the corner speed difference comes in, and then you got Patrick Christoph Boozer just pulling off and away, as that was QM Motorsports' 313, who just got that 5-minute stop-and-go penalty, just by the way, that he just left off in the dust. But we haven't talked too much lately about Pure Racing Team. They've just dominated today in the pace. It was close in the first few little bit of the first hour. But once they got towards the pit cycle, Pure Racing team just took off with Jonas Wallmeyer and have never looked back. Him and Wallmeyer have been at the exact same pace, just about 7 minutes, 36 seconds per lap since the drop of the green flag.
And I just want to mention something. Sark Rennsport Esports Blue, since Max was here, has gained 10 seconds to that spot. They did the overall best, no, not overall best lap of the race, but they did a very good lap indeed. 7:38.359, which is 3 seconds faster than PRT's last time. So there is a chance in the last 50 minutes for Sark Rennsport Esports Blue to get that first position if they keep on pushing like that. But as they said, you don't want to risk too much, because if you lose that second place, or even going further back to 4th or 5th, you're going to lose that overall win.
Right now, 2 cars, lap traffic rather, separating the 2 drivers on the track that he will have to deal with as German Sim Racing's 151 and QM Motorsports that we discussed a little bit. So he is closing, as you brought up, Patrick Baden, who jumped into the car earlier on the pit stop, rather, on lap 26. Look at the lap difference that you just brought up there. 3.4 seconds gain last time, averaging at least a positive gain per lap, and give or take at least 0.2 maybe, a little bit better each time around at this point.
Yeah, and it's I don't know if they take the race win here, or if they just stick to it right now, because it looks like the time stays stable between those 2 cars right now.
Here's the thing, it's open road now at this point for Moser right now, and that's what's helped Patrick Baden, is where Moser has been reaching lap traffic at the wrong times for him, and that's cost him some time. That's where he hits the 740s, for example. So right now, Patrick Baden is just hitting them at the right time, at the right moments, and not getting held up, compared to Pure Racing team, who's losing a couple tenths here or there each time reaching someone.
Yeah, but now it went back to 9.5 seconds. So it's just a training back and forth of that gap that you just mentioned. But now he's seeing traffic over there. It's a Porsche Cup car, as you could see from the lights. I'm not sure who it was. Maybe it was the Carl Becker with Pure Motorsports, as I'm currently watching that car on my screen. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, Carl Becker, remember, one of the drivers that's still going for stop and go, as you continue to see. Now just 1 car between the 2 different drivers up in the top 2 for the GTEs. That is Stefan Szykalski for German Sim Racing, who is still 10th overall. Remember, interclass traffic that is being caught up quickly. He's in the 752 range. So German Sim Racing, the 151 car, has seen a heck of a lot of fall-off, up and down. They have been averaging around the 7.7 minute 55 second mark at the end of their pit runs, sometimes hitting the 8-minute mark in the times.
Talking about pit time, vipSports Red now is in the pits on P5 in their class. So that would mean for Artal Motorsport Sim Racing that they could get past them, as QM Motorsports as well, the 240 car, is in the pits, and Artal Motorsports already done the pit cycle. They can pass through now, but it depends on how much fuel they're taking, all of them. It looks like Racing Center vipSports Red is already out of the pits. I'm not sure about that since my timing froze. But yeah, they are on track again, still in P5. So that would be interesting now to see where Artal Motorsports is in relation to them. Oh, yep, they're directly behind, 30 seconds still behind it. So that didn't work out as planned, I think.
I don't think so at all right now. As you see now, Curly Honor scoring 5th. On the car, you see on your screen, showing 4th on the windshield. Ignore that for the split second, that 247. As now, 242 rather, the Racing Center cycle is currently zooming around on the circuit. So still, 12 minutes to go in what has been a heck of a night overall for racing. It has gone from 6 o'clock all the way down to 10:29. Local time within today's race. Lights, of course, not on. They are coming for this track in the near future, potentially here, but it has been interesting to see. Try and keep track of where cars are in the pitch black. By the way, in the pitch blackness, guess who's been picking up time? Joshua K. Rogers, 6 seconds faster last time to Phoenix Racing Esport Green.
Yes, and they're getting closer and closer, 1.233 seconds, and that could mean that Koanda SimSports, the 108 car of Rogers, could get back up again, gain some more points. Of course, that doesn't matter for them at the moment, but this could be just a proof of how strong they really are.
Yeah, I think this is, again, damage control, and you have to give it to teams like this where they're knowing they made a major mistake, just putting their head back down, focusing on in, and gaining whatever time you can to get back in as many positions as you can on the racetrack. Joshua K. Rogers, he moves his way back up into P number 8, passes by Phoenix Racing Esports Green's Martin Van Ogen, so he makes the pass. So it's going to be Joshua K. Rogers, it looks like, at least in the position to finish off 7th, pending how this race finishes out for the final 10 minutes.
I mean, you've seen it here, just the one lap, they got 5 minutes and 9. This was the time they lost in the pits. And then again, in 2 laps, they got back to that position. So maybe that's a combination of frustration for those now from Phoenix Racing, almost throwing away the car in that chicane.
Yeah, and there's been some teams that have had that kind of a roller coaster of a day overall today, which has been in rebound situations. And one of those drivers that try to go into a rebound situation, Newman Sim Racing, apparently has been sitting in those pit boxes. Remember, they were up in the top 8 last time we ran down the grid. They are absolutely destroyed. So you have the recovery drives like we've seen for VRS, Koanda SimSport today. Then you have the unfortunates that we've seen there as well. As you look back at some of the, looking back right now at some of this action and trying to chase back down Phoenix Racing Esports Green, trying to close back on in, but he's right now, it's just Joshua K. Rogers taking off.
Yeah, that's exactly true, and I see another Mücker Motorsport Sim Racing car that's in the pit for a long time, but I don't see them being black flagged right now, so that could be another issue. It's a 224 car, currently now thanks to the pit stop on P12, and it's already 2 minutes 20 in there.
So cars are starting to go off and away. Remember, it's pitch black, making it difficult if there's someone to make a mistake in the final 9 minutes here. There's been a lot of cars making tire squeals. It's hard to track them down once they get to the proper position because of the lighting position, and to say the least. That's also the case for the drivers themselves, as talked about. So it takes just one bad moment where a lapped car happens.
Like this one, he almost threw it harder into the fence than he did. So very lucky to rescue that one. He went over the curb on the inside a little bit too hard, got taken to the outside, and you see there is some damage, and that could be even suspension or even steering damage right here for that car.
And with there just being at least one more time around the racetrack, at the very least, he can just baby it on forward. He's still faster than the next driver for position in German Sim Racing, who, by the way, is a lap down. So it's just about getting to the finish now, even with the suspension damage.
Yeah, just checking the onboard view from Phoenix Racing Esports now. The steering wheel looks pretty straightforward, so it doesn't look like there was too much of damage to that car. Probably more aero than suspension.
Yeah, and you look on board now with him, as you look at some of the aero damage that's been built up as the race has gone on right now. Now, as right now, still settling back in, trying to gather himself back up for the best possible finish right now. And that's the case for a lot of teams. Let's talk about some of these domination periods. William Esports, of course, let's shift over to him if we can now real quick, because for Lauren Heinrich and his team today, along with the driver of Alexander Voss, while we haven't talked about him that much, Williams Esports is just absolutely dominating. Real-world support, and has just pulled off and away from the rest of the group since the drop of the green flag today.
2 minutes and 14 seconds to the Team Heusinger 301 car with Marcel Hartenberg at the wheel. I mean, Lauren Heinrich, he was at the Expo driving in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, so he's capable of doing racing like this.
Yeah, and you got to give it to the team as well. Both their drivers have done well as well, and remember, this is one of the teams that have connections to real-world teams. Williams Esports, of course, have their Formula 1 team that's most noteworthy, of course, that's currently competing on making headlines in the past couple weeks with their driver selections. And you got to give it to this team overall that's been really putting an impact on esports in the iRacing service in this year alone.
Yeah, this year alone they went up big. If you imagine 2017 or even at the 24-hour race when they had some Williams drivers in other sims, this popped up one, and then I was at the Expo this year, and there were like loads of Williams drivers this time around, even the junior team.
And that shows how much investment a lot of these teams are making at this point, taking note of the data and so forth, and in some cases becoming their simulation drivers. In some cases, 5.5 minutes ago, just above 5:46 to be exact, to go for the virtual VLN powered by Raceunion here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Esports Network. Still, these drivers have at least one more time to get around the track. Still, everything is up for grabs in terms of track position. Many drivers have been able to pull off and away in terms of some of the passes from here on out, but now it's just about focusing on to make sure you reach that checker flag so you're ready to celebrate on the podium. Whether it's your teams like Pure Racing Team or teams as mentioned Williams Esports.
I'm just checking by where the Pure Racing Team is located on the track, trying to find it in the dark. Kilometer 11, they just passed this post, so they're about half of the track. So that could even mean they get another lap maybe in.
I think so too. Again, the average time 7.5 minutes. Pure Racing Team currently sitting across the track, currently sitting at the farthest portion of the racetrack from the start and finish line. So they are right now, could potentially take the white flag right at about the final minute on the clock. So that could force everyone else to still have to drive an extra minute.
Yeah, that's true. And these extra laps, these are not calculated by some of the teams. I'm seeing people at Myka Motorsport 155 already on his 7th lap, just now doing 7.1. Next time he goes by the line. And there's some other teams as well, like Phoenix Racing, Esports Green, also closing up in P8 currently in the GTE and overall standings. That he's trying. I mean, some of them have to fuel again, or even to save fuel by a lot. I mean, even in the GT3 class, it doesn't look like, for example, German Sim Racing Purple will make it on that fuel just by luck, maybe, but just depending on where they are compared to the leader, of course.
Still following on with some of the action across the track, still following on the tire tracks of some of these drivers. You can see the Mercedes badge as you follow on with some of these race leaders, with some of these drivers trying to gain positions on the said racetrack. Right now, we're looking at one of them, I believe that's one of the Sorg Esports cars in the pitch black darkness with 3.5 minutes to go. In fact, that's one of the German Sim Racing cars, just about, I believe, on the racetrack. So anything can happen at this point. Wait, in terms of this, if anyone hits the curbs trying to push for that extra little bit, anything can go the wayside. But for Pure Racing Team, while they did push the way once they reached the lap cars, they've been able to keep the time at pretty stable. 10.5, 11 seconds has been around where the time has sat for the past hour and a half to Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue. Yeah,
that Sorg Esports Blue about 6 laps ago. They made another push towards a little bit of down from 19 to 9 seconds, as there was just Coanda SimSport 108 car passing the Myka Motorsport 133 car, so now Coanda is on P6, and Myka 133 has to back off a little bit, so they are on their way back at least a little bit, and yeah, the next car would be 1 minute ahead, and I don't think they can get that faster down.
You never know at this point with 2:10 to go right about now on the racetrack. So, with this amount of time left to go, who has really impressed you today, you feel, whether it's a team or a specific driver, with how they've been standing out today that might not have had a quiet day overall to some?
I mean, respect to all the drivers around here that are still competing, that are still driving, that not even took on the green hell, but also on night time. That's new for most of the drivers. as I just see Patrick Moser crossing the line one last time before he's getting the white flag now, probably because 132 back. So that would mean another lap added, but just to bring it back on the topic, I'm actually pretty proud of those. Oh, I just seen that Schubert is out. Okay, never mind. I didn't see them anymore, so that's not good.
Yeah, they went out of the race at lap 15, unfortunately, but they looked pretty good when they were in the race, I have to say. But I have to be kind of impressed with some of the recovery drives, especially like Alpine Eagle Racing, while they're still back not in the race for the hunt for the win, so to speak. They are in the hunt to get back in the top 5 right now. As long as drivers keep on calm, 45 seconds to go as we follow along with the overall race leader in Pure Racing Team. Pure domination today for Patrick Christoph Moser, who's been behind the wheel along with Jonas Wallmeyer. Both of them, since the drop of the green flag, have pulled on away. They've hit the fuel strategy to the marks they want to. With 23 seconds left on the clock, can they keep up the challenge? Can they keep up the time is going to be the question. They pulled away 3 seconds extra to Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue as they've gone into traffic this lap. But for them, they look to come away with the victory. But for Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue, it's still a proud accomplishment to be either way. The clock reaches 0. We're on the final lap of the 4-hour race tonight for the season finale of the virtual VLN powered by Raceunion.
And what a race it has been so far. It's the last lap. One last time you have to watch out for traffic. One last time caring about all those high curves, not to touch them. One last time to focus and concentrate and not to bin your car somewhere around the woods of the Eifel.
Now working its way through the woods of the Eifel right now is Patrick Christoph Moser, who has seen his team pull off away since the first pit stop cycles today. The clock still at 0, still has a couple lap traffic cars to go, but for Pure Racing Team, they'll come away with a big-time victory for their team once again. We've seen their success at many levels, and for today, entering the season finale, did not have a recorded credited points ending to today, but able to have both their teams both their team drivers make a statement today in their blue and black machine.
Yes, they really go on everything. They showed the whole season what could be done. It's just, for me, it's still amazing because I tried this track out in the dark and I failed miserably.
Yeah, and again, that's where knowing what to expect and some of the practice hours, there were training sessions for some drivers to prepare for this kind of a situation from the virtual VLN this week. As well as you got to remember, teams like this, they focus on trying to be at the top of their game. For Pure Racing Team, they've done that. Teams like that, teams like Team Pointcheville today and Williams Esports have all dominated today. For once again, Pure Racing Team, he's going to work his way down towards the final sections of the racetrack. Only about 15-20 turns to go for Pure Racing Team.
Yes, as they head up again over the bridge, and I don't know, where you actually drive under it with your own car when you visit one of the towns over there. And it's last time going through the Kesselchen section coming up after the next 2 turns. One last time going through the carousel. And I think now Patrick Christoph Moser, he's just enjoying that lap.
I think so too at this point. Lauren Heydrich just made his way to the Grand Prix circuit just now past the start and finish line for Williams Esports. So some of the latter teams are making their way for the other classes for whether it's Porsche Cups and the GT3 cars towards their final laps of the race today. They still have to race for the next 7+ minutes, it appears, here tonight.
Yes, and if I'm seeing now Mücke Motorsport Sim Racing 155, they're on 8 laps on the fuel right now if they cross the line. I'm not sure if they can do another lap on that. That would be really good fuel consumption, what they're doing here. And let us see if they come up after the Döttinger Höhe, if they go for the pits or not, as they just cross the Devil's Diner and the parking and the entry for the tourist laps. We switch back for another moment with the 171 car of Pure Racing Team.
They got to work their way through some of the carousels now, as still a ways to work with. Still about 3.5-4 minutes, give or take, away until the start and finish line. But for these two, this team, they've been able to do what they've needed to today, and it helps too to have some of the attrition. And now it's getting to where they're shutting off the lights by accident. I think you might have just seen there, or through some of that. You don't want to do that on the final lap, as it's still a ways to go.
No way. Muka Motorsport Sim Racing, they are in the pits right now, and I think the yellow team of Muka Motorsport, they will do the same. I don't know if they drive on or not, the 126, if they came in as well. But that would mean that Koanda SimSport would take maybe just another spot just like that, maybe or maybe not. No, they will not for that. It depends on if Sim Racing Yellow comes into the pits. And now the 133 is under pressure from Phoenix Racing Esport Green again.
And you can see the positions are still up for grabs. Right now, they'll still have to make a full way around the racetrack, because right behind them is Pure Racing Team still, who is currently working his way down the hillside now. Currently on the racetrack, just moving its way towards the Falls of Garten before working their way towards the final course of the Dodge and Ho. Side by side, meanwhile, this is 7 and 8 once again. Muka Motorsport Sim Racing and Phoenix Racing Esport Grain battling for position. Who's going to come up with a position is going to be the question. As right now on the right side, that's still defending. Heinz Braun still holding on to the defensive line, trying to take away the preferred line, heading towards the second time through this section of the track again, facing off with Phoenix Racing Esport. As now he holds on, Braun pulls off and away, able to hold on the way he needs to, as they'll work their way towards the Grand Prix circuit. Now it's going to be the question of, are they going to go in for the pits? Both of them, in fact, are going to the pits for one last time, so both of them will go for a splash and go for the final lap for their circuit today.
Yeah, so we should have an eye on the 126 car, who's didn't go to the pits and is now on his 9th lap of fuel as the 171 approaches the last few turns of the circuit. Last time on the Döttinger Höhe. I wonder if the 126 runs out of fuel later on, or what they do for fuel saving, because their last lap was a 7:57, which is about 20 seconds slower than the lead. I'm not sure if that's that's fuel saving or that's just the driver.
I think it's a mixture of both, but for Pure Racing Team, they'll come into the Grand Prix circuit, pass by the stands, as they'll take the checkered flag. They win the virtual VLN overall win tonight for the season finale and the GTE class in domination from Patrick Christoph Moser and Jonas Wallmeyer.
So here we have Team Heusingveld, the #1 car, the winner of last season, now being beaten a little bit over the season from Star Esports, but now here position 1 in the GT3 standings as he makes his way to the last part of the track, as well as I think, I'm not sure, in the darkness. Here we have Lauren Heinrich in the Williams car, always flashing. I think he knows where he is at camera or not.
I'm pretty sure too at this point that some team members are watching along and seeing what is going on and what's being focused on. Is there something they may miss? And right now, for both of these teams, they both had the great pace today, whether it's Team Heusingveld or Williams Esports for the respective classes. You're now following along still with Williams Esports on the track, currently sitting 23rd overall on the circuit today, but still has a ways away to go. Meanwhile, Team Heusingveld, 10th overall today. Able to lap Modus Sim Racing to pass one GTE class car. He works his way down the Dodger Ho one last time. Underneath the bridges he goes. For Gunnar Meeson, he got in some close battles at times with Sorg Esports Yellow. After the last pit stops, they were separated by as much as 0.4 of a second, but with the one lap fresher tires, he was able to pull off and away, as Gunnar Meeson was able to help his team for their final stint. Just 13 laps for Michael Scholetter to start off the race. He has rammed the rest of the race. He will turn himself towards the checker flag. Coming down the final couple turns comes Team Heusingveld #1. They'll come away through the final couple sections. Towards the start and finish line they go. Past the restart zone from the start of the race, past the BMW signs, and into victory lane they'll go. Gunnar Meeson will bring Team Heusingveld #1 the victory for the GT3 class today.
What a race from them, making up 9 positions over the course of 4 hours, as we already have a car park of other cars that have finished the race. But I'm still waiting for, here he is, Lauren Heinrich in that Williams car, and he just passed the Brünchen, or it looked like at least at the part of that track. Yeah, he passed it, and he's having a little bit of time, and I'm still wondering what the 126 car can do. I'm still watching it on my screen and listening carefully to that engine, because that might run out of fuel. Trying to go for the 9 laps, trying not to be overtaken by Quanda Simsport, who are now only 35 seconds of a gap there for them.
Yeah, right now, too, is still you can see the action continue. Q1 Motorsports is stopped on the side of the racetrack, not even at the start and finish. So he's going to have to pass on by him in the next couple moments. But he makes his way down the short of Walben-Chan-Waltz, pardon me for that, as he works his way towards the Donninger Ho for one last time. He will come away as a huge victory today. Him and Alexander Voss swapping driver stints today. And from the get-go, as soon as they made their pass, after being in 3rd spot for the first 30 minutes, they were able to just take off today.
Yeah, what a race from them. They can be really proud of what happened here and how they did all that as they come down that straight one more time, passing now the Devil's Diner, where they actually make pretty good pancakes.
And they might have some pancakes afterwards. Pure domination for the Porsche Cup class. The Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class has been caned tonight by Williams Esports. Williams Esports will have a couple last corners to go. Lauren Heinrich will bring them towards the checkered flag. Down towards the final straightaway they come. Lauren Heinrich and Williams Esports will take the checkered flag and win the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class.
Yeah, what a race from them, what domination here. It's just awesome to see them doing a little bit of Eurobeat stuff. Oh my gosh.
And that's where the nighttime can come in. Marcus Binner is now stuck in the fence for Michael Husby Motorsports. And there is still drivers circling their way around the track. That could change up everything. Remember, there's some fuel mileage. They're going to do their burnouts at this point. Right now, let's look at the quick unofficial results. This can still change as there are still drivers on the racetrack. Right now, the top 9 spots controlled by the GTE class could all change towards where you see some of the Muka Motorsport drivers. Pure Racing Team, Sorgren Esport Blues, who, along with Phoenix Racing Esport Orange, will stand on the podium today. They have locked up the top 3 spots for the GT class. Muka Motorsport Sim Racing's 155 is in 4th, with the 5th spot for Muka Motorsport Sim Racing Yellow. VRS Koana Sim Sport able to get up to 6th, possibly one more spot to gain if there was a driver to run out of fuel. The top 6 have all gone through Donninger Ho, so they will surely seal up the top 6. Muka Motorsport Sim Racing 133 and Phoenix Racing Esport Gray round out the top 8 to finish off the lead lap. German Sim Racing 151 and Modus Sim Racing round off the top 10 as the first drivers a lap down in the class. Also for the GTEs, S-Drive Motorsport, they were in the fence. They finished behind Modus Sim Racing 2 with Epic Sim Racing Red 11 laps down, able to recover to a 13th place finish. Along with the DNFs tonight, Muka Motorsport Sim Racing 122, the Ertol Motorsport Sim Racing 111, along with Muka Motorsport Sim Racing Green and Supersonic Falcon GTE round out the grid. The 126 cars officially made it. Muka Motorsport Sim Racing Yellow has locked up a top 5 officially, as that was your results for the GTE class. Quickly go to your interview results here. Quickly go to the rest of your results here as the rest of the field finishes up on the track. For the GT3s, Team Hoytjevel 1 wins by 10.4 seconds over Sorg Esports Yellow, followed by 3 Force Racing, German Sim Racing White, and Racing Center 5-3 Motorsports' red entry. Auto Motorsport Sim Racing, they got a lot of love today on screen. Finished 2 minutes 41 seconds back, but finished 6th. with Q1 Motorsports, Racing Center Scion, Metro Hughes V Motorsports 272, and German Sim Racing Purple vVLN rounding out the top 10. Looking at the rest of the grid, 15 drivers started off in the class today with H2 Performance Sim Racing, Muka Motorsports Sim Racing 1, Race Center, Vibe 3 Sports Yellow, Progressive Sim Racing, and Alto Motorsports Sim Racing 250, rounding out the grid, 1 DNF technically on the class today. And for Williams Esports, they held a class today where they lapped everyone but 2 different cars. They win by 2.2 minutes, 49 seconds, 0.5 today. Your team points about 301. HK Racing Team finishes 3 minutes, 2 seconds back with GM Tempo Racing Cup and Alpine Eagle Racing rounding up the top 5. Rest of the top 10, Gambauer Racing Cup, Redder Racing by Joel Soft with German Sim Racing Orange vVLN, Zoo Drive 362, and Newman Sim Racing recovering from an incident limit, able to come away in the top 10 still despite a DNF in a wrecked car. Q Motorsports 313 finishes 7 laps down 11, with Porsche Basel powered by Sorg Esports 13 laps down. Schubert Motorsports Sim Racing vVLN DNF'd in midway point of the race, while Eric Sim Racing Petro rounds out the 14 drivers who made the start today for the class. With that, again, the virtual VLN powered by Raceunion. Lots of happy drivers today. First things first, let's quickly talk to your overall race winner, Patrick Moser. Having discussions, in fact, just now with the team principal, I believe, of Sorg Esports. Patrick, bring the car to Tucker Flag today. Patrick, how are you feeling about helping your team today come away with a victory for Pure Racing Team overall?
I'm feeling very well with the result we just achieved. It was intense. You can't believe me. Night is really... It's not called for no reason. Night, it's just dark. You can't see anything. You can't see apexes. It's just intense. I don't know what to say.
It sounds like you feel the intensity there. Is this the first time for you driving at night in a situation like this, and for this kind of a car?
Well, obviously on the Nürburgring for sure, because it wasn't available until now, but it hasn't been that dark in the previous builds, and it's just on a new level. It's unbelievable. I'm still shaking a little bit just because it's so much grip, and it's you're going blind.
It looked like it at times there, especially the blind corners, but you guys had some blinding speed today with Jonas Wallmeyer controlling the car for the first 17 laps. You jumped in on lap 18 onward. What kind of a setup did you have for today to have this kind of a speed today where you consistently, with your teammate, hit the 735 mark whenever you were not hitting traffic?
Well, I don't think that either of us knows by now what they are doing. So you just throw a bunch of random stuff together that you know it's gonna work, or it will work, and there's no real system behind it. We have learned a lot today, what it's gonna be for the future, at least with this tire model. Car's gonna be changed again in the next build of the tire model, but as I said, there's no real system behind it. It's just a system that was proved right in the last build, I guess.
Is there anything else you want to say, or anyone you want to thank before you let you get going for coming away with the victory today?
Well, obviously the whole team for the support they gave me throughout this, and our sponsors for sure, Autohaus Wallmeyer, Spuso, and especially Asha. And of course, you guys for throwing your time in here and keep this going.
Thank you very much for your time, and congratulations on the overall and GTE class victory, Patrick.
Thank you very much.
Patrick Moser coming away with the victory as part of Pure Racing Team today for the overall class championship, but the overall team championship, as discussed before about 30 minutes ago, Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue was in the position to come away with the championship for that, and they have done so here. Rejoining us is the team principal, Maximilian Peckel, who joins us here. Coming away, your team finishes second in the GTE class today, second as well in the GT3 class, with your drivers coming away with some good successes here. How are you feeling about today with your performance today and the championship overall?
Hello again, and yeah, first overall we are completely happy with the ending of the season now. Yeah, we saved our championship. The guys did awesome in the GTE, and we are just happy about P1 overall. And yeah, today our performance was as good as always, I think. There was one moment we opened up a gap on pure, like about 10 seconds, and yeah, it stood there till the end. So the pace was pretty similar on both cars, and yeah, it's a little bit sad that the VRS guys crashed in the end, because it could have been fun to get up in a fight again. But yeah, it was a cool race. We are completely fine with it. Yeah, only our GT3 guys got one eye a little bit sad because of Mike's crash. Yeah, we saw in the end it was pretty tight. Without the crash, I think we could have won GT3. But yeah, not that bad. P2 is a pretty good result.
And I think you just heard it there, folks. Again, they were separated by 4.93 points in the GT3, the Sorg Esports yellow entry, and Team Pointsville #1 heading into today. Hey, and as said, some disappointment with that portion. That being said, though, with the race, I do want to ask, it was mentioned by the overall race winner from Pure Racing Team today that the darkness, it was like pure blindness. What was your drivers doing? What were your drivers saying as the race was heading towards its closing, and as you're trying to still hit your marks and hope, okay, I hope there isn't a car on the other side of that blind corner?
Yeah, they all told me pretty similar things. It was the first time we really raced in these conditions. For sure, we practiced it a lot this week, but if you race there with different class and not everyone is connected with you over voice chat, and you have just to communicate with your car on the track, it's pretty hard. All the guys told me if it's getting really dark, like in the end now, after the last hotfix, it got more intense, and especially Sven in the GTE car was pretty struggling with his side. I think he got his monitor a little bit too darkened, and yeah, he was pretty struggling to find apexes and breaking points and everything. That's why he lost so much seconds in the end, because he literally couldn't see anything.
Was wondering about that a little bit. They were separated by 0.4 of a second when the pit stop cycle ended off there. That's good to know there. But real quickly, before we let you go, is there anyone you want to thank for being a part of your season overall and the overall success for Sorg Rennsport Esports this season?
Yeah, for sure. It's just the whole Orga team. It's Per-Hendrik Grenke, it's Philipp Hagenauer, Lennart Rath. We are doing an awesome job overall. For sure, all the drivers, everyone is just fighting so hard for these victories and for the success. And even the drivers which are not competing in this series help the guys doing setups and comparing different sets and developing everything to get the most success out of our whole team. And yeah, it's just awesome to work with all the guys. And yeah, we're just looking forward to 2019, to all the events which are coming there, to the vVLN 2019, to the iRacing special events. We got the Neo, the SEO, everything, and yeah, I'm just happy to work with all these guys.
Congratulations on the success this season. Once again, Maximilian Peckel, the team principal for Sorg Rennsport Esports. Thank you very much for the time.
Yes, thank you, guys.
And once again, Maximilian Peckel now going to step aside here after what was a heck of a race today, all night long for the season finale. Real quickly, your thoughts, Tobias, about what we've seen all night tonight.
We've seen pretty fair racing here, and also some pretty good action and fights on the track. And we didn't have any really major incidents here, apart from that Porsche that span out on track. And I'm very proud of every driver here that they did what they did.
Absolutely. Now, and as you can have seen from the start of the drop of the green flag, the action picked up from the start of the race. For drivers like Pure Racing Team, they controlled the pace and were able to defend and battle their way and pull away from Sorg Rennsport Esports Blue, along with VRS Carolina SimSport as the race has gone on. For teams like Team Hointjeveld, it was a similar case, where they battled with Sorg Esports Yellow, but the endurance of the night played into a factor for the final hour of the race. And for Williams Esports, the second they were able to make the pass from third to first, they controlled the tempo for the Porsche Cup class. And then they came away with the race victory. 3 dominant performances tonight here on the RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network from the Nürburgring Ring. You've been watching the virtual vVLN powered by Raceunion. We'd like to thank everyone for being a part of today's broadcast as well for today. Sim Racing Deutschland DE, we have to thank them for the German coverage. Once again, they've been covering the season throughout 2018 for German provided coverage. They also covered today's action and provided live timing and scoring. We have to thank them for that, as well as the continued support from the German sim racing community, as well as you, the fans, as well as the sponsors you see on your screen to provide us with the graphics and more to help produce the broadcast we do. I'd also like to thank my broadcast partner Tobias Brockman and your director Hugo Weiss for being a part of what has been a thrilling 4 hours of racing tonight, racing into the night for the first time in the history of RaceSpot TV. But for tonight, congratulations to Sorg Esports Blue for the overall team championship. Congratulations to the rest of the teams, with Sorg Esports Blue getting the GTE class, HK Racing Team locking up the GT3 Cup, and the GT3 class locked up by Team Hointjeveld #1. With that, I'm Justin Prince, saying so long for the rest of our team. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you out in the burnout party in the flashes of the cars here in Nürburgring, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Have a good night, everybody.